All right. I want to say good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting of Monday, June 6th. It is now 9:01, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I'm going to do things a little differently this morning. Normally, I start off with the land acknowledgement, which I think is extremely important, but I'm going to do it in a different version. What we end with, we commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take actions towards real truth and reconciliation. So I'm going to do a little education for those attending this meeting. But the first thing I wanted to start with, obviously land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land and the waters around us. And I got a nice email this morning from one of our residents on 6 Mile Lake. And she was observing that there were more and more, they saw more fish nests. I don't know what the correct term is, but those neat circular patterns you see in the lake bottom as fish are putting their egg. And she and her family and friends believe they're seeing more of those this spring than they've seen before. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think it's just kind of exciting. One of the things that happens in spring is that you get evidence of the wildlife around us, starting again, all the leaves coming out in the trees and everything else. But today is a significant day for our Anishinaabe neighbors. The first thing is it's Anishinaabe Day. And I, for one, had never heard of this until a week or so ago. But Anishinaabe Day is something that celebrates the fact that 10 years ago, the Anishinaabe Nation created their own Grand Council and with their own constitution, and so that was done in 2012, and they've now declared June 6th as Anishinaabe Day, which is of course of great significance, but also bringing it just into our immediate neighborhood. Moose Deer Point, they celebrate today because this is the 105th anniversary of their lands actually being recognized by the Canadian government as a reserve. They didn't get all the lands that they asked for at the time. Interesting enough, one of the neighboring cottagers, Wallace Nesbitt, was a key player in supporting their application to the government to have their lands recognized. They've been in what they got were 3 small areas where there were actually homes at the time, but the reserve that was identified at that time did not include, for instance, the graveyard and the site of their original village in that area, which they believe was probably established in the 1830s. That land has since been sold by the government to the Tadinac Club. And they have since, Moose Deer Point, been acquired some additional lands because they don't want to connect the 3 areas of homes all together. But it was on this day 105 years ago that the reserve was first recognized by the Canadian government. And so congratulations to Moose Deer Point on that anniversary. And we, of course, greatly support them in their attempts to secure the lands around them that they use on a regular basis. In addition to all that, this is, of course, National Indigenous History Month, and I strongly encourage everybody to learn a little bit more about our Indigenous neighbors. Maybe today after council meeting, you might want to consider going to the Moose Deer Point First Nation site because they have a nice little overview of their history over the last few hundred years, and I think that's well worth a read. It's also Pride Month, but I think what we have to note that the Pride Month, which has been recognized in Canada for a number of years now, in Muskoka, they consider Pride Week actually July 15th to 24th this year. They do their Pride celebrations in July simply because there are more seasonal residents around at that time. And I believe that the 6 Mile Lake group have organized their boat Pride parade on July 16th. And I'll lay out a strong hint to anybody watching this. I would love an invitation for a ride in that parade in July. It's also Seniors Month. I think one or two of us on this screen are actually seniors, but apparently it's Seniors Month, and there are the various activities are going on in our area to recognize that, and so I encourage everybody along those lines. And with that, why don't we start going towards our regularly scheduled programming this morning after a few minutes of all that. And I'm going to ask everybody, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? I'm seeing heads shake in the negative, so we'll go forward. We have a number of delegations this morning, and I believe our first delegation is with regards to the Rogers Telecommunications Tower proposed for Hidden Glen Road, and I believe we have Jay Lewis from Forbes Brothers presenting. Is that correct, Ms. Way? So I presume you're going to move him over there. I see Jay Lewis appearing.
Good afternoon, everyone, your worship and counselors and staff. I'm Jay from Rogers. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. I actually work for Forbes Brothers on behalf of Rogers. I am going to share my screen for a quick presentation. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. So Rogers' objective is to provide reliable communication wherever they provide coverage. And this is so that people can go through the network without dropping calls, and they have good quality connection, to stream videos, make calls, do everything that we rely on our devices to do every day. What happens is the network capacity for each site ends up hitting its capacity, and it results in coverage drop zones. So if you take a look at the bottom of the image there, you'll see 3 towers in this image, and you can see how there's continuous coverage provided by the 3 sites. As capacity increases, the amount of area for the cell site shrinks, leaving dead zones where you can have dropped calls or slower delivery of data. And what we do to improve this is we have to add additional sites between the existing sites to ensure continuous calls or services. So within the township area, within this screenshot, there's 3 existing sites, one to the north, C2230, and then there's 2 to the south, one closer to Honey Harbor, one off of Highway 400. And that has been what has been providing a wireless coverage, Rogers wireless services to the area. We are looking at improving the wireless services in around Wood Landing, Crooked Bay, and 6 Mile Lake, as well as improved services along Highway 400. And the only way to do that is to have a new site between these existing sites. Now, if this sounds a little bit familiar, it's because Rogers did have a proposed 40-meter Monopine site located at the Crooked Bay area. It was proposed back in 2018 and 19. However, at 40 meters, the height exceeds the reasonable structural limitations of that type of tower design. And to reduce it down to a 30-meter tower does not achieve the coverage objectives. That footprint of coverage shrinks to a point where we do not want to install it. Another thing to note is that this type of tower design is typically a single carrier tower because there's only so much space on the tower for the equipment. So in response to that, we have secured a lease off of Hidden Glen Road. So if you take a look at this, it shows off the highway there and off of Hidden Glen Road, which is a private road, where the tower is going. There's a photo rendering of what the 60-meter tower would look like. And that 60-meter tower will provide much better coverage to the overall area. So we know this because the RF engineers, the radio frequency engineers, can provide coverage maps which show the signal strength. So as I said before, we have a site to the north. It's not shown on this map. We have a site located closer to Honey Harbor, one off of the 400, and they provide the cell service currently. This is color classified, and we try to get residents and people within the purple or blue areas. Green is for in-car, and below that is when you start having very slow delivery of data or dropped calls, where your device has issues. And if you can take a look around Wood Landing, Crooked Bay, 6 Mile, there's a lot of yellows and reds and oranges that we need to address. And the new site will provide significant improvement, where if I toggle between the two, you can see the difference. One thing to note is that where there is water, it is typically blue and purple, which is not 100% accurate, but that's a result of the water surfaces. So we are predominantly looking at just where the land is. Another type of coverage map that can be provided to show why a site is required is by the sectors or the antennas on the cell site. So again, we have the site to the north, the one near Honey Harbor, the other one off of the 400. As you can see, there are 3 colors that extend from each site. Each color represents an antenna. In an area surrounding a site, you can see that there is a dominant color that provides good quality service. We have that in the Honey Harbor site, the other one near the 400, the one up north. In the Wood Landing, Crooked Lake or Crooked Bay area, you can see that there's a mishmash of different colors, which shows that there isn't a dominant signal coming from one site. It's a mishmash, and that results in poor services. On this image, I've just overlaid it where you can have the names of the different islands as a reference. So again, this is the site near Honey Harbor. You have a dominant signal to Honey Harbor, one into South Bay, one into Wolverine Beach. And where we're looking in Wood Landing and Crooked Bay, there's a whole mishmash of different colors here, meaning that the signals are all crossing each other. What the proposed site will do is it'll provide a dominant signal to Wood Landing, another one to Crooked Bay, another one to cover the highway. And you can see that there's a lot less sporadic crisscross of different signals. And you can see how there's a benefit to areas such as South Beach, because instead of the signal crossing further into Woods Landing, the customers or residents within South Beach would have their own dedicated tower, and it offloads capacity and data to the new site. One thing to note is that this tower will not just have cellular services, it will also have fixed wireless internet services. So if anyone was looking for a internet service for their cottage or seasonal house or permanent house, it would be offered from this tower. The consultation obligations. So we are regulated federally by the Innovation, Science and Economic Development of Canada. They have a process that we have to follow, and the Township of Georgian Bay has elected to utilize this as their consultation process. The process requires a mail notification of notifying property owners within 3 times the height of the tower. This was done on March 25th. We have to put a public notice in the local paper for any tower over 30 meters. This was published on March 31st in the Midland Mirror. It allows 30 days for comments. We did receive 1 submission in support of the tower. And at the end of it, we would request concurrence. The one addition thing that the Georgian Bay requires is to hold a information meeting, which is this one here. We have a building and land use permit application submitted to the MTO, and with the preliminary correspondence with MTO, there is no concerns that the permit would be issued. So we're just waiting on that. So having gone through the public consultation process, received no concerns and 1 submission in support, we would like to request concurrence from council for the 60-meter self-support tower. We feel that the proposed site is well located to provide enhanced wireless services for the township of Georgian Bay, specifically to Wood Landing, Crooked Bay, and 6 Mile Lake. So I'd like to thank you, and if there's any questions, please let me know.
Mr. Lewis, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Councillor Cooper and Councillor Wanko. Councillor Cooper first, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And I don't really have any comment about this particular tower other than it seems to be providing better coverage in a very specific area. Interestingly, we have 7 members on council here. 3 of the 7 would not be impacted by this in any way, 4 would be. And my question to you is, what are Rogers and your company doing to deal with that? There, in the area that I come from, there are about 1,000 residences out on what I call coastal Georgian Bay, open water areas where you can cover a lot of ground because of there's no sort of interruption, shall we say. I'm not seeing anything to help alleviate that. And so I'm curious about that. Maybe one of the things that you could provide is some sort of illustration of where there is coverage out on coastal Georgian Bay. And what I'm talking about there is basically Beausoleil Island north to 12 Mile Bay along the coast of Georgian Bay. The only tower that I know that sort of covers that area is in Salog Bay. I'm not seeing anything along the shores of Georgian Bay that would cover what I'm talking about. In fact, so anyway, that was sort of my question for you. I don't know whether you can answer that today, but I would like to see some information as to how you might be able to deal with that. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you for that question. I would need a little assistance in identifying on a map the location that you're referencing. I believe it's north of Beausoleil Island. Is that correct?
That's the area he's referring to, yes.
Yes, I'm referring to Beausoleil Island, all the way, sort of the upper left of your screen here, except that you're missing about a significant amount of Georgian Bay Township. And when I mentioned 12 Mile Bay, that would be much further to the sort of northwest of what we're talking about here. So you've got a lot of coverage in Honey Harbor and Port Severn, and some coverage up, excuse me, the 400, but the upper left part of your screen, which is much of it's missing, doesn't have that kind of coverage, and yet you could very easily cover a lot of that area if you're far enough out with a tower, because it's mostly water and not a lot of high land or trees in between. So that's my question for you. And one of the things I said to you was that Salog Bay, there's a tower. That's, if you don't know where that is, it's on the northeast side of Penetang Bay. And I can see the tower from the middle of our township, and wondering what you're going to do about the coverage in the broader area that I described. It's about 1/3 of our township. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor, for that question. I would have to go back to Rogers radio frequency engineers and planners to determine if they have a long-term plan for that area. This site is specific to address coverage deficiencies that need to be addressed in the Wood Landing, Crooked Bay, and Highway 400 area. So I can definitely look into that other area for you.
Thank you. Councillor Wanko.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first question is, when you send out your correspondence asking for comments, how many letters were sent out? Because basically, I don't know if you would have captured people on Crooked Bay, because it wouldn't be 3 times the distance of your tower. So how many letters of correspondence were sent out? And the second question is, in a couple of, in a little while, we have another presentation, and then there's another presentation by the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association Broadband Initiative Program. And I just wanted to find out if you're involved in that initiative for the 6 Mile Lake Group.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. For the mailing list, it was very minimal. I believe essentially it was just MTO and one other property owner that would have been notified. Because of that notification distance, there is a general notification put out in the local paper. And then for the broadband initiative on 6 Mile Lake, I am unaware of that, and that would be something I'd have to escalate and inquire with the Rogers Planning Department if there's any work between the two parties.
Okay, and just as a follow-up, yeah, you probably may want to hang in there then if you want to see this presentation, probably within the next half hour. So that might be good things. And I'm happy to see that the tower did not go up on Crooked Bay, because I was getting a lot of pushback on that from my constituents because there's quite a number of towers in that area. So I'm very pleased that you've located it on Hidden Glen Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you for the presentation, Jay. I wanted to ask a question. You mentioned something about fixed wireless in addition to cell coverage. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Yes, so there will be additional antennas on the tower that would provide fixed wireless internet services. So that would be something where the homeowner would have place a small antenna on the exterior of the residence to connect with the tower, versus the regular antennas on the tower providing the cellular and broadband services that go to your phone. So it's a little bit more of a dedicated service, which is, I believe, something, it's fairly new for Rogers, so I'm not too familiar with it. But on the Rogers website, you can look up the fixed wireless internet and inquire if it's offered in your area. And it's a little bit more of a dedicated service than using your phone to tether to for internet.
Okay, so we're familiar up here in our neck of the woods with the concept of line of sight, and there are several properties in South Honey Harbor that have found that they can do line of sight down to Midland, which is somewhat astonishing, but they get some phenomenal service. Is this essentially a line of sight connection, or is this something else?
I wouldn't describe it exactly as line of sight, because it's not like a microwave, which is a true line of sight where you have to match up the two devices. I think what you may be referring to is this antenna where, to have a clear line of sight is beneficial, but you have to have it pointed in the direction of the tower. And if there is physical things in the way of it, it could diminish or completely block the signal, but it's a little bit not as needing a line of sight, such as, between two microwave dishes that have that type of a connection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. We've had a situation during our term of council where another announcement was had to be published in the local publication, and the local publication happened to be the Midland Mirror, which was totally irrelevant to the area in which the application was being made. And I'm seeing the same thing here. The Midland Mirror is basically a fruitless exercise from my point of view in letting people know what's going on, which is rather annoying. I know that, so Louise, that's not your purview. I mean, you got to do what's being requested, what the rules are, so I understand that. I'm curious to know if you and or Rogers made any effort through local Facebook groups or even our municipal webpage to announce this proposed tower.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. The publication for the public notice was suggested by township staff. During pre-consultation, it was inquired which publication to put it in and about the mailing notification. If there is a more appropriate publication, we would be great to put it in. And second, whether or not it was put on, the township website, perhaps township staff could answer if that was. Occasionally, I do have townships that offer to put it on, and not a problem. So I don't know if we could ask township.
Yeah, we can ask the staff are here on the call. Jennifer, can you help us on this?
Hi, good morning. We can put it in our newsletter, but it would not go out until the 1st of July.
A little late now.
Yeah, it is. That is, we can also put it on our socials, but I'm not sure if that would qualify for having distributed the information.
Yeah, why did we promote the Midland Mirror then? I see that as a bit of a misdirection.
I think Karen can speak to that. I think it's about the legislation behind the quality of the publication. Yeah.
Let's not dwell on this too much, because while it's a big issue and I would love to have extensive discussion on it, it's not really what's in front of us at this moment.
Well, what I'm getting at, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, is that the public may not have been well served with the announcement of this proposal, and if the public doesn't know about it, then there'll be repercussions once it goes up.
Well, unfortunately, they're following guidelines set by the federal and provincial government, which are significantly out of date, in my humble opinion.
Okay, well, then we share the opinion. We'll go on from there. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I can probably put to rest some of the concerns of the rest of the councillors. Here in Port Severn, we all get the Midland Mirror. Throughout the lakes here in the Port Severn area, we get the Midland Mirror, and I believe most of Honey Harbor certainly gets the Midland Mirror too. So it is the only publication that's of any use. My question is directed at your actual presentation. We have a site here in Port Severn that was erected about 6 months ago, and the lighting was the major concern, and the major concern to all residents. Towers are simply a fact of life. We live in a rural area. You're going to have towers all over the place. Lighting is important. On the Port Severn one, the lights change during the day. In other words, in the daytime, there's a bright white flashing beacon on the top and mid tower, and in the evening, it changes to a very subtle red, which is not really noticeable by any of the residents. I'm wondering if you plan on doing the same thing with the tower up at the location you've chosen. Jay, that would be for you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I apologize. I wasn't aware that my video wasn't on. I feel it's much more personal having the video on, so I apologize for that. I'm unfamiliar with the tower in Port Severn. The lighting that would be installed on that is for aeronautical protection, to ensure planes do not fly into it. The flashing white is that a plane during the day doesn't fly into it. The red is, for nighttime operation if there's a airplane near there. My understanding is that the tower proposed near Wood Landing would not require flashing lights or the red lights because there's not an aerodrome in the area.
Yeah.
There are the water aerodromes on 6 Mile Lake, but I believe it's sufficient distance away. No lighting would be required. And we do file the Transport Canada assessments, but they take a very long time to be returned. And I can take a look, I can inquire within Rogers on the Port Severn. But again, that would have been driven by Transport Canada requirements, so that for aeronautical safety.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Cooper, you want a second turn?
Just briefly, thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me, and that is to do with the issue that's been raised of getting the message out. And I understand the federal and provincial government have certain requirements, and we're directing applicants like this to follow certain criteria that are completely useless. In my view, the Midland Mirror, while it does serve, pointed out by Councillor Bochek, perhaps a group of people in Port Severn and some in Honey Harbor, it's less than 10% of our population likely, and nobody elsewhere in the township is getting the Midland Mirror. So my suggestion is for future applications for our staff to recommend anybody wanting to bring an application like this forward, that our website is used for notification to the general public. And that's the reason for my comment right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Lewis, thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Lee, you wish to respond to that?
Not to that question directly. I just thought I was going through some past emails, and there was a question about, quality of service to the northwest along the coastal lands. I do believe that there is a site in stage of some type of development closer towards the Franceville Portage area that would provide some coverage to that area. I don't have specific details to that. A lot of the times there's a lot of work that goes on in the background to get sites to these areas, and then once we get to a certain point, that we go through the public consultation and the municipal consultation process to it. So I just thought I'd kind of mention that there is some type of a site in the works of development going through in that area.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to suggest to our staff that I'm sure many residents in that area would appreciate whether it's media or website notice in addition to that required of the Midland Mirror to reach, because many people in that area are seasonal residents and therefore don't necessarily subscribe to the local papers. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lewis, for your presentation. Later on our agenda, we will be discussing the letter of concurrence, and so that will happen later today.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next delegation is in regards to the MacTier Lions Club Food Bank project, and I believe Ms. Rivett will be presenting.
Ms. Rivett, are you able to turn on your camera and microphone?
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors. Nice to see you all.
Likewise. You're going to talk about the food bank, I believe.
I am. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Karen, for facilitating this and making it very easy for me to come forward today. I bring you greetings from the MacTier District Lions Club. We are one of the longest serving organizations in probably the district and especially in MacTier. Today we come forward with an opportunity to provide the food bank in MacTier a permanent home, which it has never had. And we've set out some particulars for you where we've been able to fundraise to provide a structure for the food bank so they can remain on their own, so that there's no contaminants in any of the products that they're providing. We have raised all of the money ourselves by diverting a lot of recyclables away. We've collected cans and bottle returns for the past 2 years. So it's completely funded. So we're putting forward a building that'll be climate controlled, accessible 12 months out of the year. It'll have a marquee and a brand and easy accessibility. It won't cost the municipality any money other than to provide a location and the electricity, and the Lions will continue to maintain it in perpetuity. It's a very necessary service that they provide, and it needs to have some structure. The volunteers are able to do it, but the problem is turning it over. Whoever takes it on, they have to look for the resource and the facility. We want to be able to give them a shovel-ready project. It's built, it's here. Now we can just provide the manpower to keep it going. And it meets the safety standards. It's separate. It keeps our products safe, because the risk component is something that I'm aware of, and we thought of all of that to give you a completed project. So we just need you to give us the nod, and I'm hoping that you'll consider this as a resolution in your meeting today. And if you have any questions, happy to answer. I would just like to say too that we're bringing this forward just for the volunteers of the food bank. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you the current volunteers are Donna O'Callaghan, Debbie Moxness, and Mary Lays. And it's for their past efforts and the future volunteers who will keep this going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, I'll remind you that if you wish to pass a resolution on this, when we go to approve the agenda, that'd be the time to bring up this item as new business. So I don't want to discuss that resolution, but rather, anybody have any questions with regards to this proposal for Ms. Rivett, sorry. Councillor Cooper, we'll start with you, please, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
I'm not asking a question. I'm simply wanting to say that this is a great project and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Cooper. However, I do, Louise, thank you very much for the presentation, and I think the Lions Club does a great job. Obviously, is that I missed it. Where is the current location for the food bank in MacTier?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Through you, Mr. Chair. Currently, it's operating out of the New Life Fellowship Church in the basement, and their services are, returning, and they need more access to their space. And so we just want to avoid that cross-contamination. They need to have something that they can protect. And it was great during COVID because they couldn't use the Legion anymore. So they're being bumped around, and we just need a permanent home. And that space is not to put a foot forward, but the school also collects donations of clothing. And currently the Lions is trying to manage that, but they're not able to because the volunteers. We're hoping that we can piggyback that resource onto the food bank, and it can become quite a central, walkable, accessible hub that we can use to start cross-sharing in our community. I mean, the people that live in our assisted housing, they currently have to get a lot of their resources from Port Carling, and we could do that in MacTier. We just don't have the space. We can't borrow from the library. We can't borrow from the arena. We need a space. So this gives us the ability to store that little shed. If you can see in your picture, it has the upstairs, if you can see, there's two little granny attics in there. So the girls are able to put all their dry goods up there and their seasonal stuff up there. It's amazing. So we still have to insulate it, electrify it, drywall it. I've bought all the components to keep it climate controlled. So we're going to do that, paint it, and then we will have it'll be ready for them 12 months out of the year. It'll be it's fabulous. It's right there. So just think when the hockey resumes, the girls can be there and they can do their equipment exchanges, and they can manage that bit of trade that goes on, for those different events that happen. So it's going to be fabulous. It'll be a nice little hub that we can create with your approval.
You just answered my other question about whether the building itself would be capable of handling what you need to have done, which is great. and the reason I was asking about location was the proposed location is behind the rink, right? So the main road's on one side and your building would be on the other side of the arena, correct?
Correct.
Effectively?
Yes, and before that was, that actually came, we talked about that with Karen and her folks, and they actually pinpointed it, and it was fantastic. And the location is great. So what we're going to do is on that end cap that faces west, we're going to put a man door and a window there. And those doors in the front will just be faux, because inside it will be 3 solid walls of storage, 2 up, with heater on one end and AC on the other end permanently installed. So it'll be it's just going to be a lovely little shed it's going to be a nice little canteen. That's what we're going to have.
My concern was about location and centrality to those that would be requiring its services, and you're confident that's a good spot for it, obviously. So, no,
Great on
great,
the
good for you guys.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'm going to say thank you very much, Ms. Rivett, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
A project well worth consideration.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
And we have one more delegation to consider, and that's from the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, the Broadband Initiative, and I believe Bob McKeen and Doug Osbourne are going to be joining us for that.
Your worship, we just have Mr. McKeen here today, and I would just like to confirm if I still need to present the screen for you, Mr. McKeen.
Yes, Mayor and Council, let me do a little bit of administration with Karen if I could before I get started. So Karen, I do need you to present.
Perfect.
Or not present, I'll do the presenting. You can
I'll share
manage my slides. And the slides are, I assume you'll do it in automatic mode. And many of the slides bring up bullets one at a time. So my first question to you is, how do you want me to indicate to you that I want a slide change? Should I just say Karen, or should I raise my hand, or what would you prefer?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm actually just going to share my screen in the PDF version. So all the points will show up at one time. If you just want to say next slide, that would be perfect. And I'll flip to the next one for you.
Okay, so we're going to see the whole slide at once. That's good.
Yeah.
And the second question I have for you, Karen, is questions. I'm very comfortable taking questions all the way through, but would you prefer that they wait to the end?
Yes, we do prefer they wait to the end. Just that way we can manage our time.
Okay, so let's charge ahead. And next slide. So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your time. I'm here representing 6 Mile Lake community to tell you of the desire to enhance internet services for our lake community while preserving the aesthetic character and visual landscape of the area. I want to formally say thank you, Mayor and councilors and Judge and Petty staff for having me here today. Before I get started on the presentation, I think it's important that I introduce myself. My name is Bob McKeen, and I am a Georgian Bay Township resident all year since 2010. Wife, 5 kids, and 4 grandkids. So I guess I could be called a senior as well. And in terms of my background, I spent my whole career in telecommunications, and I'm glad my audio was off because I was tempted to answer some of the questions that you asked the presenter from Rogers. So again, thanks for allowing me to proceed with this presentation. Next slide. So what we're doing today is an update on the work that has been done by a committee, and I'll talk about the committee in a minute. I want to thank in advance, before I forget, the Georgian Bay Township Council and staff for everything they've done And on a side note, my wife and I have had 3 major building projects on our residence, and all have gone very well. Extremely pleased with Georgian Bay staff. I couldn't be happier. And the same goes for the committee that I'm representing today. We've been working for about 9 months, and every interaction with Georgian Bay Township has been just fantastic. Right now, so this is an update. This isn't a final presentation. This is an update, and it's very important. This update is very important to us, and you'll see why as I go through. But right now, we have, if I can borrow from Charles Dickens, great expectations for Georgian Bay Township and the lake with respect to improving the internet. The solution could be as significant in my mind, and I guess this is a Bob McKeen statement, not a committee statement, could be as important as when hydro got brought to the lake back in the 1950s. So we are very, very pleasantly surprised with, and a lot of it is coincidence. A lot of it isn't our work, although we've done a tremendous amount of work. We're very, very happy with the current status. So as I think you all know, and this is somewhat similar as we just heard during the Rogers presentation, 6 Mile Lake internet is unsatisfactory. That goes for a lot of Georgian Bay Township. We know that of all the residents on our lake want something better. So the community has taken action, and I'll talk about what actions we've taken over the next few slides. We believe, we did a lot of work on this, better internet is consistent with the existing official plans. We're not asking for any new bylaws or any changes to official plans, but we are asking for your help as council and township, or continued help. Next slide. So you heard about ISED on the earlier presentation. I still call ISED Industry Canada. I've been involved with or known of all the work that ISED does, but basically ISED, I'll just very quickly say, and many of you may already know this, is a major department within the federal government. It has 4 ministers assigned. One is a master minister, and then there's 3 portfolio ministers. It oversees 21 departments and is governed by many acts, including the Telecommunications Act. And we talked about some of that in the earlier presentation by Rogers. Georgian Bay Township, as you know, is not the approval authority for internet infrastructure. But as was just discussed in the Rogers presentation, you have tremendous leeway in helping with the improvement of internet in Georgian Bay Township. So for instance, the provider may want something that the Georgian Bay Township can provide, like maybe a change in something as simple as snow plowing or whatever. I'm not a planner, so I really don't know. But one thing that I would strongly suggest, if I can jump this in now, is quick blessing of requests from suppliers. So we have a request, I think, on the agenda today, and for not approval, but blessing for this tower that's proposed for Hidden Glen. I had the opportunity to read all the documents, and by the way, the committee was very much aware of this tower, and we are very much involved with actually 13 vendors or so, and one of the premier ones, of course, is a major telecommunications supplier, Rogers. So we are very much aware of what Rogers is doing in our area, and are very much aware of this tower. So last Thursday, I took a drive out. And I have to emphasize, I am not a planner. I'm a telecommunications guy and a member of this committee. So you have to take what I say in context. So I drove out to the site. I took the documents with me, and one of the first things I did was what businesses and homes are nearby. And let me tell you, it's a lot different than the Crooked Day proposal from 2 or 3 years ago. my non-planner's perspective is that this proposal should be wholeheartedly supported by the council. Now, I have no authority to say that, but that's my view. Here, next slide. So the community action is driven by this committee. So let me tell you about the committee. If you hear me say BIC, that stands for Broadband Initiative Committee. And we've been using that short form, so I apologize if I do use it through the presentation. It was stimulated by one of the associations that I'm a member of, the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, back in the fall of 2021. And I'm not going to introduce everybody, but there's 7 of us: Gord, Craig, Lib, Eric, Rick, and Doug. And I've been so impressed with this committee of residents of Georgian Bay Township. Each of us have a little bit of a background, so that's a good thing. And so we've been able to work very, very well together. We are tasked to seek out and possibly endorsed. Now, at this hour, we are not ready to give you a list of people we would like to promote, but we're very, very close to doing that. It was very important to us from the start that any infrastructure that we dealt with adhere to the official plans of Georgian Bay Township, of Muskoka, and of course, federal government. So we believe we have done that. And of course, lastly, being we all 7 of us are users, one of the most important is earliest implementation. And that's why, so let me jump back to the Rogers presentation.
Mr. McKeen, I'm
Yes.
going to interrupt for a moment. In theory, you have 10 minutes. You used 8 of them, so I suggest you move through your slides a little more quickly, please.
Okay, next slide. So we did a survey of the lake, and we put a tremendous amount of work into that survey. We got an astonishing response rate, at least from my perspective. I believe that we were expecting much less than 50%, but we got that. We found from the survey, the residents are very tech savvy. 83% of those that answered are dissatisfied. And in terms of churn, 87% will change for better internet. Next slide. Now, in terms of thanks, I want to, we did a lot of work. We issued a request for information, and I want to thank the council again for the letter they allowed us to insert in the RFI. It was very supportive and helped the RFI very much be successful. You can see the dates there, so I won't go through the dates, except to say, reinforce what I said earlier. The discussions with the ISPs we've gotten down to a short list, and we want to, as fast as we can, announce our findings. I'm hoping it will be in the next 4 weeks. Next slide. So, as I said, the BIC is close to endorsing supplier, and one of the things that I was not allowed to do, I wasn't allowed to add a word to this presentation because it would be a 2-hour presentation instead of a 10-minute presentation, but let me do a couple of technical things. The reason we have great expectations is that we believe the solution in the near term will include not just wireless or towers like we were talking about earlier, but fiber to the home. And that is just fantastic, as I'm sure you all know. And we believe we can propose a solution that has lowest possible impact on the character of the lake. Next slide. So why am I here? So I am here for these reasons. And I'm not a planner, so I don't know exactly what your planning staff does, expedite any permits, approvals, or fast delivery. So that's why one of the things on our mind is this presentation today from Rogers. Unless there's a problem, and there may very well be, we encourage fast response to the requests for support. We want to push the supply for the best possible design, minimizing visual and environmental impact. And one of the things that we've done, and I'm not going to go through it because there's no time, in the backup slides, we have had a leader on our committee go through every word that he could in the Muskoka and the Georgian Bay strategic plans, and he's found issues or regulations or whatever you want to call it that relate to telecommunications infrastructure. There's one page for Georgian Bay Township and one page for Muskoka. And so for this tower that Rogers is proposing, I went through when I was standing there out in Hidden Glen Road, every one of those, and for me, every one was a check mark. Now, some of them are very planning oriented, so I'm a little weak. So I think that it's very important that the township pay attention to environmental concerns, and I think that our strategic plans do that. Next slide. So in summary, the bottom bullet here is most important. And I think you can see this from the conversation on the first presentation today, cooperation. So for instance, if the Midland mayor isn't exactly right, you're not going to change federal legislation. They have legal responsibility to publicly do it. So they probably always would have to do Midland mayor, but I heartily support going through the website now. I don't mean you should hire more staff, but in our committee, we heavily used social media to do our survey and to do our RFI. And I have one last thing that I want to put that isn't on the slide. I wanted to ask the mayor and council, if you run up against us, how are we doing in the last 9 months? And do you have any advice for us as we complete our work? So Karen, that's it. And I don't know how many minutes I'm over.
Well, we're not going to get this. I didn't have a stopwatch going, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware of time.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Greatly appreciate a positive presentation. And just as my little aside before we go to our councilors, it's so nice to hear a positive response in regard to our staff, because unfortunately we hear the people complaining. We rarely hear from the people who are actually getting good service. And so I do appreciate that. Say that on behalf of our staff.
You're very welcome.
Councilors Wayenko, followed by Cooper and Bocek, please.
Thank you, Robert. It's nice to see association take some responsibility and initiative to look at internet on our lake. It's really a mishmash of who's available and who can do what, and it's between towers and satellites and so on. In the last week, I've had a Bell salesman come to my door at the cottage trying to sell me internet, and then today we had the Rogers internet trying to, well, obviously that'll also cover my area. So there's two options there. So my first question is, are these two, are both Rogers and Bell on your list of respondents on this program?
I would say, yes, they've made the short list, but I can't say anything more than that because I would get shot in the head by, we're 7 musketeers. So I have a strong feeling of where it's going, Paul. But I'm not allowed by committee action. I don't want to break the rules in saying anything more than, yes, Rogers and Bell are on our short list. And by the way, so is Star.
Yes, okay. And hopefully, well, I'm just exploring it, but I'm willing to change depending on what the association comes up with. What I want to do, I guess my next question would be to Jennifer Schneier. You're expecting that, Robert, you're expecting some kind of assistance from the township, and I'm not just too sure what assistance the township can provide on the implementation stage of this project. We don't have any authority on internet at all, but maybe Jennifer can maybe explain what the township help is available on the implementation part of it.
Maybe Ms. Schneier will answer that a little bit later.
So Paul, we have, while we're waiting for Jennifer to maybe open up her mic, Jennifer has been of great assistance. And let me give you one example, Paul. This is the first time, obviously, we've done an RFI by this committee. So she was a tremendous help in giving us advice of what other RFPs or RFIs, either from associations or from the council, the Georgian Bay Township. So she was a tremendous help for us doing that.
Well,
Maybe Jennifer stepped away.
we'll move on to Councillor Cooper and Councillor Wojcik, and Ms. Schneier appears. We'll let her speak as well. Councillor
Mayor
Cooper.
Chris here, and thank you, Bob, for your presentation. Just a quick question with respect to the information you provided. It's just a terminology I want to understand. You said there were 853 residents. Is that 853 residences with 3 or 4 people per residence, or is it just 853 residents?
It's properties.
So it's really a lot more than 853 people.
Oh, yeah. You could multiply that. What's the average now in Canada? 3.5? Yes.
Yeah, it's something like 3.5 or 6 for seasonal residences, and just a little terminology thing. Residences is what you're talking about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Schneier, did you hear the prior question?
I did not, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I was on the phone.
Okay. Councillor Wayenko had a question for you with regards to what services can the township actually provide to assist the 6 Mile Lake group in their getting better internet. Did I capture it, Councillor Wayenko?
Well, she's already provided assistance in getting to where the association is right now, and I really appreciate that. But going forward, it sounds like Robert's asked for assistance in the implementation phase of this. So Jennifer, what can we do in the implementation phase?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wayenko, through you, Your Worship. What we as staff can do, and this is ultimately a Julie decision, or Greg as he moves in as the new CAO, is be able to offer support in terms of what Rogers would have had to had support for in terms of advertising if there's a tower going up, letting people know, using our website as an opportunity for a landing page for anything that Bob needs to have publicly advertised, and then anything else in terms of permitting and stuff like that we can do in-house. We wouldn't be able to necessarily make it a priority over any other existing permits, but we can keep an eye on the file and watch it go through the process and just sort of stay on top of it. That's something that our office can do, just to keep an eye on things for you, Mr. McKeen. And then anything else that we have done for you in the past, we can continue to do in terms of meeting, narrowing down who you ultimately decide, having a good look at the lens of what they're trying to do in terms of our knowledge about what is allowed to be done, and then just offer support. I think that's all we can do right now, but we're certainly here to help. It's a priority of council, and I know that you mentioned, Mr. McKeen, about whether or not it's in our official plan. It's also in every strategic plan and economic development plan that we should relentlessly pursue internet, and so this is definitely a topic that we are passionate about.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Wojcik, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mr. McKeen, for the presentation. Quick questions. All of council knows that there's 2 independent associations on 6 Mile Lake. And my question is this initiative of the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association specifically, did you reach out to members of the Ratepayers Alliance during your survey? And did you invite members of the Ratepayers Alliance to take part in the process of planning? Because I know it's of concern to all properties on 6 Mile Lake, not just the Cottage Association members. Thank you.
I'm an active member of the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance. So that partially answers your question. And irrespective, there's a few members of the Alliance on the committee. Most are not, but our objective is all residences of 6 Mile Lake. And if possible, if we can help other areas, so our objective was, we were sponsored by and instigated by the Cottage Association, SMLCA, but our strong working, day-to-day working is, if not Georgian Bay Township, certainly 6 Mile Lake.
That's great to hear, and great to hear that you guys are working together up there. And I think this is going to create a good resolve to what you want to achieve moving forward. So thanks very much, Robert, for your delegation today.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Councillor Bocek asked my question, I think. But anyway, yeah.
There you
taken
go.
care of.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. McKeen. Greatly appreciate your presentation, and I'm quite cheered to hear the progress you've made to date.
Again, thanks for everyone's help at GBT, and thanks for your time. Have a good morning.
Thank you. All right, Council, that ends our delegations. And now I actually have to find the resolutions. So the first resolution in front of us to consider is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of June 6, 2022 as circulated. Any comments, questions, withdrawals, changes? All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wienko, you had a comment.
Are we talking about the agenda or the consent?
Consent agenda.
Okay, no, I had a question on the South Gibson Lake Road.
All right. Well, should we?
Just a question though. I don't think we didn't need to pull it out. I just had a question for the chief.
Let's get your question before I call a vote then, please.
Okay, I think is it Chief Van Dam on the?
Yes, he just turned his screen on.
Okay, we had a field visit on this particular issue, and I think we came to an agreement. But in this report, in order for the Five Winds Ski Club to use to be able to park at the end of South Gibson Road, we had agreed that they would phone in and leave a message that they're going to be doing some trail cleaning, and they'll be in there for the day doing trail cleaning, and then therefore they did need a permit and they wouldn't get a fine. But when you read the report, it sounds like you need council's permission to do that. Can you, and maybe the chief can be more specific, because if by passing this, if by approving this report today, is council's permission, or do they need council permission every time they come in to do their trail cleaning?
Chief Van Dam.
So through you, your worship, currently, Councillor, the council has the authorization to do that. However, we have been working on a delegation bylaw that will be coming forth to council, and once council gives their, I'm going to say, the first approval going forward, then staff would be able to take that delegation bylaw and be able to continue on with it. The same as our park here in Port Severn. If there's another resort, Gloucester Pool does their group day that they have where their family comes up and has been using that park. Council in the past has approved no charge for parking, and we would just be able to roll on with that going forward. So the same principles will apply on that location.
But the concern is, if they wanted to come in next week to do some trail cleaning, they would need council permission to park there?
We will accommodate them.
Okay, okay. So I just want to make sure that, we don't have a special council meeting just to approve of parking. Okay, I'll send you my correspondence to them.
Councillor Hazelton.
We're at the consent agenda stage.
Yes, we are.
So I would like to have it noted in the minutes on section 6C, where we had Dustin Creaser from Transport Canada. He brought forward some, I think, critical points that change our perspective on VORs. He told us that there were 5 VORs approved in the past 5 years. I think that's very noteworthy of recording in the minutes. And he also stated very clearly that there is rarely a VOR application that is denied. And I think that too is a very important fact to include in the minutes. So I would like the minutes amended to reflect those 2 statements. Thank you.
Ms. Way, you've noted that? Okay. Should I then change the motion to as amended as opposed to as circulated? All right. So they have moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of June 6, 2022 as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Right, after that, I believe we have no one registered for open forum.
That's correct.
And therefore, we're now going to adoption of the regular agenda. I have moved by, Councillor Douglas hasn't joined us yet, so I have moved by, I'm going to say Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of June 6, 2022 as circulated. Any additions, comments on that? Well, I'm going to suggest under new business, if we could add in regard to the MacTier Foodbank request, then I would call that item 12E.
12F, please.
Oh, that means we already have an E that didn't note here. We'll call it item F.
You.
Can you inform me what 12E is? Because obviously I've printed a copy without it.
It's the Hungry Bay Road property merger.
Thank you. Sometimes I print these things prematurely, don't I? All right. Any other comments, amendments? Then be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of June 6, 2022 as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, and the first item on our agenda is the communications from mayor and council. And I am going to try to do this in alphabetical order this time, not even though Councillor Cooper will have to pay attention to my sense of alphabet. But I'm going to start with Councillor Cooper because I think you're the first one alphabetically. Oh, there's Councillor Bocek. You weren't on this list last time. That's my problem. Councillor Bocek, you can go twice. I'm doing well. I better mute myself.
I'm not that smart, but I thought B came before C, but we'll figure that one out later. Message from my constituents is planning, 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 and planning. It's a disaster. It's a mess. Nothing is moving forward. We've had people for years trying to get planning approvals. So all my phone calls, all my emails, all my texts, all my in-person meetings have been due 100% with planning issues. And I really have nothing else to report outside of, as a township, we need to get this fixed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cooper, are you second on this list? Can you check for me?
You know that little tune, A, B, C, D, E, F?
I'll have to work on it. I'll have to work on that one.
Oh dear, terrible tease. Anyway, yeah, so a little bit, a busy month, actually. You can really tell that our 83% of the population is back in full gear and in forward gear, I guess. And so a lot of different things going on. And, you know, aside from the usual attending Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting and extra council meetings and et cetera, both with the district and the township, I was able to attend an in-person meeting for the first time in 2 years, although heavily masked and social distancing, but at the 12 Mile Bay Association, very good meeting there. And was able to address a few questions along with the mayor. He'll, I'm sure, report on that, but there was a lot of interest in particularly solid waste and condition of roads. I think the two sort of high points. The other thing I'd point out is that I was able to take along with me Janet Bruff from the Georgian Bay Land Trust, who's the director of development there, and she gave a presentation about the land trust because a lot of the people in 12 Mile Bay have not really had much contact with organizations out on the bay, particularly the land trust. So that was a good thing. And anyway, just in terms of other things going on, I guess I would certainly concur with what Councillor Bocek was saying in terms of calls from constituents. It is planning, well, planning and building, I guess, is really how I'd put it. So many different issues regarding severances and EISs and applications and permits and so forth. So there's a lot of concern about getting things through the system, shall we say. And I'm certainly very sympathetic to the challenge at the township. We do have some challenges, both from capacity perspective, but also I think in the past we've had some issues around direction as well. So I think I'm really excited about the concept of having some leadership on the planning side that will be also tying in with our, for example, the strategic plan. So if we can get further ahead on that front, that would be fantastic, because there's a lot of concern about that. I guess the only other thing I'll say that has taken some time for me is continuing to try and promote the education center in Honey Harbor. Thankfully, the township of Georgian Bay has been very supportive, and the council, waiting for the district of Muskoka to come forth. I'm looking forward to getting a positive result from the district to help with the second phase of that study, and particularly I think it's being heard by the Finance Committee, Mayor Cottagers. So yeah, I'll look forward to hearing hopefully a positive outcome there so that we can get on with that program right away. Anyway, that's what I've been up to, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Douglas has not been able to join us yet. So Councillor Hazelton. Yeah, I think it's Councillor Hazelton.
ABC. It seems that never do we have a slow month. This month has been consumed by lots of things. We had a library board meeting, and I think things are continuing to percolate along well with the library. I have continued to enjoy chats with our acting CAO and staff, and I have to once again thank our acting CAO for engaging us in these conversations. I think that's, for me, it's top absolutely best. And I sure hope that our new CAO, when he comes on board, continues that practice so we can flush out topics of interest and get to a better place. I attended the Georgian Bay Association's Coastal Protection Committee, where I am the representative for this area. And we continue to talk about a variety of topics, including the commonality or lack thereof of policies up and down the shoreline between our township and neighboring townships. That's also always a very interesting discussion. Floating accommodation is also a key topic of that committee, and so that's near and dear to our hearts. Also attended the Georgian Bay Township's staff appreciation lunch. Had an opportunity to sit with Mayor Coetzee and Councillor Bocek, as well as Tammy, our HR, and good conversation over lunch. But I wanted to compliment staff and township. I know we've recently changed our policies, but I was worried about walking into a super spreader event, and I was delighted to see that there was a masking policy still in effect, and everybody abided by that. And I tell you, that dramatically increased my confidence and comfort level at that event. So thank you, staff and management, for continuing that policy, at least for that session. Other things in the month, I attended and chaired the planning committee. I had some good discussion there. I observed the Honey Harbor Community Advisory Group. And a couple of sidebar things. There last year, as we know, the Honey Harbor area was devastated by the LDD gypsy moth, and there was a lot of people who signed up for local spraying. Interestingly, there hasn't been any spraying yet, and I'm welcoming the fact that I have had almost no gypsy moth caterpillars on my property, and the growth and the green leaves and the vegetation is just unbelievable. It's almost like it's bounced back double, which is great. But that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. They may still come in. We all know, I think, that Toronto has had very significant spraying of the LDD moths down in the High Park area and other areas of Toronto. So clearly the spraying strategy is an important one. Perhaps the weather this year has been effective in reducing the numbers. And of course, my wife and her diligence at scraping off all the egg masses, I think, was a very significant impact as well. As I always report, many calls with residents, many calls and emails with residents, and again, lots of discussions about planning matters as with the other councillors. I will offer one interesting comment. I had one resident reach out to me and say, "When can you meet with me?" And so I met with him a week ago, Friday, and I spent an hour and a half with him as he walked me through a variety of concerns. Some of them are current, some of them are historical, but as we all know, we haven't had any real effective bylaw enforcement until over the last perhaps couple of years. And so a lot of these issues that he has are a little bit dated, but nevertheless issues that I think need to be reported. And so I have assisted him in getting that message through to staff. But it's interesting. Sometimes people kind of sit on things and they percolate on these matters, and then finally they feel like exploding, and then out comes an enormous number of issues that they would like to get to see addressed. So I just thought that was a very interesting interaction. And that's it for me for the month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging the correct process with the alphabet. really do appreciate that part of it. My
Next
month was, yeah.
Next month, I'm going to do it randomly just to save my butt.
Obviously, we had special counsel, committee of adjustment, and library board of the meetings I attended this past month. And I was off to Newfoundland, so I missed a few things. But we also, I don't think it's been mentioned yet, but planning seems to be a big issue for a number of people, and I've had big discussions with one seasonal resident in particular over planning issues, but they just sort of highlight sort of the stuff that has already been mentioned by the councillors, and I have to agree. As soon as we can get our feet on the ground and moving in the planning department, the better. Committee of adjustment also reflected that, because we're not seeing a lot of applications coming through committee of adjustment. That may be an efficient planning department, but I suspect it's more that we get a lot of stuff backed up, and I can't wait to see how full our ticket gets as we move forward through the summer on planning. Other than that, I can report that if this past weekend and last weekend, from what I heard, is any indication, the number of boats in the bay is down significantly. I can only presume that's on account of, one, gas prices, and two, people having the option to do things other than getting a boat these days with the lifting of COVID restrictions. That'll be less of an impact on the bay in that regard environmentally, which is very interesting. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko.
Thank you very much. A couple of things I want to mention. The MacTier development organization has gone into a holding pattern for the next year or so. There hasn't been obviously any activity from the MCDA for the last couple of years because of the COVID. And right now they're struggling with membership and the board and so on. So they've just put a hold on their organization, and it might come back in a year or so when there's more activities to be considered. I want to thank the fire chief and the mayor for attending a on-site visit on South Gibson Lake Road to work out this parking issue. And I think we have a plan going forward. It might have to be modified as we go forward, but at least it's a good plan. You'll be happy to know that I did not attend the appreciation lunch, because I would have been the source of the super spreader. Our family is going through COVID right now, so I've been keeping a low profile. In fact, I've had to move into my son's cottage for a while because I was having some work done at the house here, and they didn't want me around. So I was voted onto the island this past week. I also attended by Zoom the planning committee on the 27th, and I think that committee is working quite well. We had an extra meeting, a joint finance and public works committee meeting up at the district on the 30th. And then this past Saturday, I was on the island and I couldn't get my big computer to work to kind of zoom into the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers planning committee meeting. So I had to dial in on my phone, so I was able to listen to most of it was going on, or at least for the first hour or two. And again, this whole issue about GFA and planning issues on 6 Mile Lake are kind of heading in two different directions, and it looks like we're going to be receiving requests from both individual associations to make some changes, and I don't know how council is going to handle that. So okay, stay tuned for that. I don't know what's going to happen this fall or in the new council regime, but the two organizations don't seem to be coming together on a joint proposal. And that's it.
Well, thank you very much. I've also had a very busy month, and I'm not going to list all the various meetings I went to. All the usual subjects were covered one way or another, and having some separate meetings with sometimes involving lawyers and lots of residents. But about a month ago, I had the pleasure of being invited to the Honey Harbor School for their science fair, and that was great fun to see the kids grades 4 through 6 and their science projects. And it was one of those events where, I kept myself well masked until they offered me a popsicle. So I had to take my mask off for that. I don't know how long it's been since I had a popsicle. It was a hot day. It was perfect for it, but that was a great event. Not so great was the following week. I went to the visitation for Larry Simons, and I think one of the anchors of Honey Harbor in my mind. I've known him for half a century, and I just it was sad, but it was great also to meet up with the extended family and everything. But a few days later, 12 Mile Bay AGM, as Councillor Cooper has already mentioned. It was nice to be out and meeting people, even though we're masking and keeping some distance, being careful. It's nice to start meeting people. And I'm looking forward to us becoming more and more relaxed, though, as Councillor Wienko has confirmed. I swear in the last 6 weeks, I've heard about more people getting COVID than I have in the prior 2 years. And so I think it's still making its round. Fortunately for most people, it's not too serious, and we keep our fingers crossed, but certainly our sympathy to those who've had a much more severe bout of it. But 12 Mile Bay AGM, very interesting to talk. They were concerned about things like solid waste and will it be collected, and also road conditions. There are a couple of portions of that road that could use some work. Now that's a district responsibility, not a township one, but yeah, we got to hear them anyway. As with Councillors Hazelton and Wojcik, attended the staff appreciation, and I think it's worth repeating that how much we greatly appreciate all our staff and all they've done, and what the additional challenges of the last couple of years in so many ways. And my hat's off to all of them, and how they were able to adjust to the COVID challenges. So great appreciation to staff. I attended the following day a lunch for Norm Miller, who is now, of course, officially retired as our MPP for the area, and that was very enjoyable to, along with the other mayors of the district, or the acting mayor or deputy mayor from Bracebridge, because for some reason now the former Bracebridge mayor has another job. But it was very great. It was quite enjoyable to meet up with Mr. Miller and wish him well in his retirement. Yeah, I was also in attendance at the Baxter Community Center, where the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance hosted a planning meeting, and effective presentation and lots of questions, but all around the challenge of how do we make the plan, I'll call it the community plan on 6 Mile Lake a little more, allow for a little bit bigger buildings, but not too much. And where do you draw that line? It's always a challenge. But the other thing I heard, and I think this is relevant because, like a number of councillors have suggested, we're hearing a lot of concerns from numerous residents about the patience required in getting building and planning approvals. Is that what I did hear from a number of people on Saturday, and from everybody else, is why is our planning system and our building approval system so complicated? Why is it so difficult to understand? You think it was a tax code. Being a retired accountant, I'm a little too familiar with the tax code, which is far more complicated than it needs to be. And I think that's one thing we have to take into mind. Does our planning code have to be as difficult to understand as it is for our average resident? But with that thought, and I'm not trying to initiate a discussion right now on that, I'm going to pass the baton over to our acting CAO for her update. Ms. Boutier.
Through you, Mayor Coutier. I have been very busy in the last month, but stating everything that's going on would not be efficient use of time today. One thing I wanted to mention is the fact that we don't have a committee of the whole meeting tomorrow afternoon, and we do have a standing item on the committee of the whole agenda, which is to discuss waste. I would like to take that opportunity to discuss it now. We have hired our waste consultants, which are Hutchison Environmental. They have done their first step, which it was to hold surveys with marina operators, and the second step is oncoming. There are 3 dates for town hall meetings in July, the 7th, the 14th, and the 21st. And there has been a leaflet prepared that will be circulated with the tax bills shortly this week or early next week. And that will be the second major step in the study. And third, they will be meeting with council. So you should be expecting that in late July or early August.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Just to the CEO, yeah, one of the meetings is going to be held in MacTier, and I doubt if anybody will show up to that one. The last time we had a waste management meeting in MacTier, and I think the mayor was there, we had one person show up, but this is not a MacTier issue because they all have door to door, and I don't think they're going to change on that. So I don't know if the MacTier one is actually worthwhile. Anyway, I'll attend it, but I think we won't have anybody else attend.
Well, it'd be disappointing, I would argue, if we don't, because, for instance, the 12 Mile Bay folks were talking about solid waste at their AGM. So I'm going to be hopeful that we'll get a few people showing up, but only time will tell. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize once again communications of these town halls. We want to make sure that everybody gets notification, and I'm pretty sure this will be on our township website. But if we can somehow get this out to local, our community Facebook pages, etc., or facilitate some way of doing all this, because I think there are a lot of people that will be genuinely interested in these town halls, but only if they're aware of them. And communication is very, very critical. We don't have the published or paper published communications that we used to have. We've all talked about this already. And we got to figure out how to get the word out to everybody as efficiently and usefully as possible.
Make sure you mention at all your cocktail parties, Councillor Jarvis.
Yes, that, and definitely the cottage associations.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and just a few observations, suggestions around this process. I sort of found it interesting, the locations selected, because one of the biggest issues is the services that are provided to the water access community in the marinas in Honey Harbor. And I would like our staff to give some thought to getting to that community, because they won't be going to MacTier, might not even be going to Honey Harbor. So we need to think about that. Get to the ones that are really on the hot seat or concerned about what our services are. Secondly, I've heard a lot from people about large garbage and what's going on with that. And I saw a recent message from a former garbage king from the district of Muskoka, and some of the commentary in there was most concerning. I don't know how much of the large garbage issue has been put onto the plate of the consultant, David Leader, to examine, but I'm saying that is a hot topic. Third, I just wanted to point out that I hear that the consultant's going to be speaking with council. The only issue I have is timing of when that would be, because frankly, having completed the marina surveys without hearing from council is a bit unfortunate, because there's a number of considerations that, including privatization of the bin sites at the marinas, that I don't having had a brief conversation with David Leader, I'm not sure he really explored some of the possibilities. And so, Julie, I would suggest that if there's any way we can move up consultations with councillors, especially those that are on coastal Georgian Bay, because that is a lot of what this is about, then that might be useful to him. Should he be required, which I think he's going to be required, to get back to the marina operators with some other suggestions. So that's my main, those are the things that are concerning me and what I'm hearing from our constituents. Thank you.
Councillor, Ms. Boutia.
Through your worship, I can again send David's contact information. He's been very open to hearing from anybody who has any comments throughout the process. However, I think the formalized steps were in that scope of work that was circulated and approved by council. And also, you know, we've been attempting to be as transparent with council as possible throughout this process, and I believe the surveys were circulated for comments, etc. So yeah, at any point in time, if you feel you need a stronger voice on any matter, you're more than welcome to reach out to David on those topics.
If I could just respond, please, Mayor Coetzee. I understand what you sent around and what the terms of reference were. Sometimes we have to sort of adjust our terms of reference as we go along. And that's what I'm suggesting here. There are some very key points that I'm trying to make, and that is we need to get to the people that are highly affected. And one way to do that is through the councillors, but there was the large garbage issue as well that I mentioned. So thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Just like to pick up on one item here, or two items here. First is, how do we communicate with the people that are going to be most affected? And although it might be an assumption that the marinas will do something, I think we as a township should specifically contact each marina and provide them with a recommended some recommended text that they can put into an email that they send out to all of their customers, which would get the notice out to every customer of a cottager, a water-based cottager marina, letting them know that there are these forums coming forward and that they should be aware of them and hopefully participate. And I'm pretty sure each marina would be happy to do that. I do know that from my conversations with several marinas that if you give them the content, it makes their job very easy. They can say, here you go, customers, township just told us this is coming through. We think you need to know about it and we would welcome your participation. And I think that proactive step will get us the maximum coverage of the affected people for this waste management town hall, whatever. So if I could ask staff to consider that. The other topic, if I could pick up on what Councillor Cooper brought forward, which was the issue of either large item pickup or barge pickup or whatever. I have already reached out to one contractor and asked him a what if question. And he was quite interested in pursuing it. The what if question was, if the township were to come to you and say, we would like to have you go out and do a large item pickup on behalf of the township, and we potentially could do this in like 2 or 3 different places, could you give us a quote for that? Now, I didn't ask him to go through that effort of giving us a quote, but I think that one thing that we should consider here is we know where the large item barge pickups have been in the past. We know that the district does not want to do it. We know that local contractors have this as part of their business model. And I think that it certainly behooves us to have the information in front of us to potentially make a decision. So for example, if we as council were to approve that we would seek a quote from at least 1, maybe 2 or 3 barge services, and have them tell us what the likely cost of this would be. In fairness, it's not going to cost us any more than it would have through the district, because the district always adds their overheads on top of everything they do anyways. So this is likely going to be cheaper for our residents, and the township pays for it anyways. So it's the funding model comes from our taxes no matter what we do. So it just seems like it's a common sense approach. And I think that as council, we should request some quotes from at least one, maybe 2 or 3 different vendors, and be in a position in the beginning of July at our council meeting to make a decision to go forward, so that we may be able to provide a service to our residents who in the past have been used to these large item barge pickups, but the district just doesn't want to do it anymore.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Pecuniary. Did you have anything else you wanted to add? No? Then we're going to move on to our staff reports. Now, council, I think based on the discussion with staff, item 11A, which is gray water discharge, and item 12A, which plan appeal costs from planning applications, I'm going to propose we postpone those until 1 o'clock this afternoon, when our lawyer will be in attendance for potential questions or answers. So we're just going to take those 2 items and postpone them. So therefore, I'd like to go to item 11B, which is a request for human resources coordinator position. And Ms. Martin, I believe you will speak to that item.
Will, your worship. So we have put together a staff report. Our acting CAO has done some forecasting in terms of our needs, and has determined that, as you know, we are severing our relationship with Time Machine. So we will be down to just me and HR on our side. So in the report, we've outlined some duties that we're working on, some ones that we need to work on, and some proactive or strategic initiatives that we would like to get to. And unfortunately, with if it's just me, it will be more transactional. It will be, the paperwork process. So, and that means like recruitment and getting people signed up for things. So in order for us to be more strategic and kind of focus on things, for example, some things that we need to do, we know we need to do, because, for example, look at our planning department. We need to look at some attraction and retention strategies, which are very strategic. We also need to look at some succession planning. There's so many things. We have an HRIS that, it's part of the Black Line report that was recommended. We just need more resource. And so this report is really looking to ask for that in order to kind of move us forward and get us above water, because right now, and once we lose Amy, that's really going to impact us. So, of course, there's some monetary attachments to that, which we've outlined. But does anybody have any questions around this report?
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Cottagers, and thank you, Tammy, for your report. And I know that you referred to some financial implications. I just wondered if you could identify the overall cost that our HR services have been before dropping our relationship with Penetang, and what you're suggesting right now. So the sort of an apples for apples comparison. Can you tell me what it's going to cost us in the future relative to what it cost us in the past, as opposed to this particular position per se?
Through your worship, I don't have that information at my fingertips right now in terms of the cost. I would have to look into that for you and get back to you.
If I could just follow up, you're asking for us to vote on a position here, I believe. And I'd like to know what the dollars and cents are. And if we can't provide that, I think it's unwise to vote on something when we're not really fully apprised of all the sort of financial implications. And it's not that I'm not supportive of this. I'm just trying to understand, are we going to be spending more money or less money going forward? Julie, do you have anything to offer to that? Thank you.
Through your worship, I believe our acting director of financial services has her hand up.
I am in the process of looking up that information, and if we go on to the next question, maybe I can answer that after the next question.
Though I think it's fair to say that we'd be increasing our employment by one person, because in the past we had two halves and now we want two wholes. That's the proposal. Because we had Ms. Martin half the time and we had Amy half the time. And now we have Ms. Martin full-time, and the proposal is to add a full-time person. So it's basically an additional expense that is being requested at this time. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Wienkel, please.
Yeah, my observation is we discussed this earlier when we were going through the review of our staffing and made the decision to sever from Midland. So we were aware then, we were made aware then through Tammy and through our consultants that it was likely we would be hiring somebody on. So this is no news to me. I agree, perhaps if we can have a cost comparison, that would be helpful. But I'm looking at all the things that need to be worked on. I applaud Tammy and all the work to date that she's been doing, and I agree the additional staff is going to be very helpful, as it would be in planning too. So I just wanted to applaud Tammy on all the work she's done so far, and acknowledge once again that we discussed this already, but the financial side of it would be helpful. Thanks.
Councillor Wienkel.
One of the most obvious functions of the HR group is obviously hiring new staff members as the older ones retire or leave or whatever. Can maybe, Julie, can you give us a rundown of what vacancies we presently have in our township? Just so we get an idea of how many vacancies we do have.
I would like to defer that to Tammy. I could count off the top of my head the one that I'm aware of, but I'm sure I'm missing a few. Off the top of my head, I have 4 at the moment, but Tammy could probably give a better number.
Ms. Martin.
Through your worship. And Julie said 4, and I came up with 3. So we have 3 in planning. That department is pretty lean. And what was the 4th one you were thinking, Julie?
In operations, an equipment operator.
Oh, right. So we have that as well as a fleet, our
5.
fleet,
Yeah.
mechanic. Yes. So we have several. And I know Amy has been kind of going back and forth with the recruitment of our summer staff as well. So we've had a bit of a struggle there, as everybody has.
So we have 3 vacancies in planning. How many planners do we actually have working? 2.
2.
Okay, so we need 5 and we got 2. Okay.
Yeah. And through your worship, I'd like to as well add, I missed a couple of important points. So one important point is this position is also going to succession our payroll person. So when that person decides to retire, we're going to have this position taking on that load. So we're going to make sure that that's kind of fluid and in place, so there's no gap in service there. Oh, there was another point I had too, but it's not popping out for me.
But I think that's a key point, because even though we're increasing our staff at this point, in the near future, we'll get back to the staffing level that we originally planned.
Correct.
Originally budgeted for.
And in terms as well, sorry, in line with the strategic directions we need to take, because we're going to enhance our operations in terms of, changing some stuff around, that support in terms of HR is also crucial.
Councillor Hazelton.
So we have somebody planning to retire in payroll. When is that likely taking place?
Through your worship, we don't have, oh, Julie, you
Yeah.
wanna go?
Yes, we haven't been officially notified, but the usual retirement age for that position is coming up in about 3 years. So it would give us 3 years to have both positions to be able to get organized and put the processes in place to streamline.
Thank you for that. I guess one of my reactions is we have an urgent backlog that needs additional assistance with, and I fully support that. I'm not sure that we need permanent, long-term additional positions. So I like the idea that somebody is likely to retire. 3 years seems like a bit of a long time. Given the the need to hire a bunch of staff and implement an HRIS, that to me looks like a 1 or 2 year window, not a 3 to 5 year window. And who knows if somebody is going to retire when their age comes up. So I'm a little nervous about staffing up permanently. Is there any way that we can consider an interim role for like a 1 year renewable contract as opposed to permanent staff? That way we're in a position to bring them on board permanently when somebody retires, but we get them on board immediately to help with the needed backlog.
Ms. Boutier.
Through your worship, I think the caliber of candidate we're looking for in this position would not be taking on a 1 year renewable contract. We really want somebody who is engaged and is here for the long haul, so that we could, get our ducks in a row and get organized. And council has put on ice a few organizational direction for the upcoming CAO. And I believe if we could get this position in order shortly after the start of our new CAO, we'd be in a better position to provide the CAO the support he needs to move in the direction that council has put on hold while we await a new CAO.
Ms. Martin, did you want to respond before? And I see Ms. Anderson. So Councillor Bocha, you just be patient for a moment, please. We'll let staff respond and then to Councillor Bocha.
Through your worship, I just wanted to just clarify that the work that needs to be done in our department to make sure that we're not reactive, because everything we've been doing is reactionary. In order for us to become proactive and be able to start those succession plans, start the attraction and retention strategy, there are several other items listed in the report. There are health and safety initiatives, wellness and engagement initiatives, inclusion and diversity initiative. There are a list of things that we should be doing, but we do not have the resources to do. So it's not just a HRIS and helping with some reorganization. There is a substantial list of things that need to be done in order for us to not just react to, people need benefit changes. We need to hire because somebody's quit, those kind of things.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Mr. Mayor, through you for the question on the financial aspect of this change. We are looking at about $105,000 to $126,000 increase in budget due to the fact that we are also losing the revenue from the shared services. So we are losing the shared revenue and the shared expenses. And no, it was not quite 50-50 in the current budget. There was some minor differences, but they're estimates.
Thank you. Councillor Bocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm sorry I missed the first few minutes of this conversation due to a phone call. Perhaps I'm repeating something else, but how much consultation was there from the incoming CAO on this hiring matter? Is he informed? Does he know the direction that you're wanting to head previous to him taking the seat? Perhaps, Julie, you could fill me in on that portion of it.
Through your worship, that is a great question, and the CAO, the incoming CAO, is fully on board with this position being brought forward to council today, even to the point where the CAO has met with the entire senior management team just to ensure that we start the new CAO relationship on the right foot.
I appreciate that, because as you know, council instructs the CAO, and it's really the only person we ever get in contact with or get involved with. And the decision has to be his moving forward, and he has to be responsible to us for that decision. And that's why I wanted to make sure that he was fully engaged with this process, because he will be held to council's accountability when it comes to things like additional FETs and hires and things like that. So I appreciate that, Julie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to make a few comments before I go to Councillor Cooper or anybody else who wants to have a second round, but I'm all in favor of this position. I think it's very important. I think that we are, we have suffered in our organization the past couple of years from being understaffed. We've lost employees, good employees, because they were overworked and overwhelmed. And I think this has to be addressed. It not only do we lose people because they're overworked, but we also then existing staff who get stressed out, morale can suffer. I think it's very important that we recognize that we have a human resources challenge that we need to fix. We heard earlier today about how many residents are frustrated because their building and planning applications aren't getting through. Why? Because we're understaffed. Why are we understaffed? Because we've lost staff, because the staff are overworked. And I think at some point we have to face the reality that we have to staff adequately, or even more than adequately, to get the jobs done. Because if we have enough staff, then those staff can find efficiencies, which means in the future, if somebody leaves, we might not have to replace that person, but we're nowhere near that yet. So I'm all in favor of this to improve our human resources practices and to make it a place where people want to come to work instead of a place where people leave. My comments. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and we all have different opinions about certain things, and we've talked about that before. It's just an opinion. But in any event, I would like to ask a question of Tammy and Julie. I'm in support of making sure that we have a very strong team in HR. It's going to cost us, as I understood, $125,000 a year more. I wanted to add one more financial consideration. That being, if we're going to try and attract and identify and attract the right players for our team, one of the things that I'm suggesting is that we might want to add to that 125 another 75,000 in consulting fees in order to identify individuals that can actually lead certain departments. I'm thinking of planning now, and I'd like to know what the plan is on that in that regard. Have we got that in our back pocket, that we know we have to spend that kind of money with consultants to identify really strong players to look after planning, for example? Could I have an answer on that, please? Because it plays into this cost aspect of what's going on here. Thank you.
Ms. Boutier.
Sorry, I will give first right of response to Celine.
Ms. Anderson.
Thanks, Julie. I know it's hard to give up that that treasury side of things and those numbers. Through you, Mr. Mayor, is that we did in the current year, 2022, we did have some money in the budget for consulting fees, although we did not foresee this, and so we typically only budget for it when the need arises. It's not something we budget consistently, but it is something that if council wishes, we can try to work into our future budgets.
Ms. Boutier.
That is the segue I was going with. We do have funds for this year, and we already have in our budget notes for next year to increase that amount and get that approved on an ongoing basis through the 2023 budget.
So if I could just follow up and very briefly encourage that take place so that we, I know it's more money, but you know, sometimes you have to spend money to be successful. And I think in this particular case, the environment is such now for all sorts of organizations that it's very difficult to attract people. And it's not just in the municipal world, it's everywhere. So I'm just suggesting that when it comes to the most senior players, that and nothing, this is not a reflection on our planning, or sorry, our HR department. It's really a reflection on the circumstances at the moment that we need to go out and find the right players and do a lot of identification and recruitment out in the marketplace. So I would encourage that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no more hands, I have moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council approves hiring an additional FTE for a human resources coordinator. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and only 10 minutes. And so I have 11:08 on my computer. So let's make it 11:18 that we come back and see if we get through a few more of our items before we break for lunch. Thank you. All right, council, it's 11:18. Let's see if we can get back to work, please.
Let's go, everybody.
All right, we have quorum. The next item on our agenda is the Rogers Telecommunications Tower, the letter of concurrence, which I believe we were given a copy of that letter. And I don't know, Ms. Way, are you the one who's going to speak to this, or if there's anything to be spoken to?
I don't really have much to say. It's our standard letter that we send out when we support our, or not our, but the telecommunications towers in the community. So really, I think
It's a no objection letter, basically.
basically, yes, yeah.
So my question is, anyone on council have any concerns about issuing a no objection letter with regards to the proposed Rogers Communications Tower on Hidden Glen Road? Well, I have moved by Councillor Bocek, and I don't see Councillor Hazelton, so I'll say seconded by Councillor Wienko. Oh, there's Councillor Hazelton. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council send a letter citing no objections for the proposed Rogers Communications Tower site at Hidden Glen Road as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wienko, affordable housing crisis in Georgian Bay. I believe you wanted to speak.
Well, yeah, no, this is actually a fairly important letter. It brings up basically two issues. The first issue, in talking to Stephanie and so on, I think it's appropriate that she makes an application for the lot she wants to have severed and purchase under this concept of affordable housing. And we'll let our planning department work through that. But as I say, as she says, that they're not allowed to separate these lots when they're on private roads and so on. But I don't know if that's possibly an issue we can overcome, either at the Committee of Adjustment or at Council. So I'd like to see an application go ahead on this particular property. Having said that, I think the bigger issue that we need to discuss is the issue of affordable housing. There are a number of backlots, I call them backlots, off private roads in and around the Gloucester Pool area. There's not a lot north of there. In fact, I'm not even aware of any backlots on the private roads around 6 Mile Lake and north of here, but around the Gloucester Pool area, there are backlots on private roads. And I think we should be looking at what we consider affordable housing. We do not want people who have these lots just to start breaking them up and sell them to the highest bidder for the much money as they can get. But if they were willing to subdivide these lots and sell them well under market value, then I would consider that affordable housing for our area. So I would like to have the planning department look at how we can maybe sever some of these lots up and what would be considered affordable housing to purchase these lots and for people to purchase property. I'm personally involved in this because my daughter was trying to buy a place in the Honey Harbor Port 7 area, and every time this place came up, there was a bidding war. Now they would go in at $650 or $700, and it would go for $50,000 to $100,000 more. So there is a major bidding war going on in our township, and young people are not, just don't have the finances to get involved in these bidding wars. So there's got to be some way that we can make some facilities affordable for these young people. So
I like to talk about some kind of criteria that we can have. Maybe we can give it to the planning committee to look at, but come up with some kind of criteria that we can discuss about affordable housing for some of these maybe vacant lots.
Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely something that's near and dear to my heart, but I want everyone to understand that provincially and from the district level, we're going to have pressures put on us for affordable housing. We know the mandate of the Conservative Party was affordable housing. Graydon Smith, his platform, ran on that. But I think we as a township need to make a very clear distinction what affordable properties are. Waterfront properties are not affordable housing properties, period. Take them off the list. You don't look for affordable properties on waterfront. We need to concentrate. We need to split it because the mandate's going to be coming from the province that we got to do something. And I've brought it up for the last 3 or 4 years that district roads, Honey Harbor Road, Whites Falls Road, etc. There's the ability for affording housing here. The criteria right now is 500 foot of frontage and 500,000 acres of land to put a house up. We need to make changes, and if we don't do affordable housing on non-waterfront properties, we're going to be in a real predicament moving forward. So I support what Councillor Wienko has brought forward, but as a township, we need to think long and hard of where we want these affordable housings, affordable community housing, low-income housing, because it's coming here and we don't want it on the waterfronts. We want it in the areas where it belongs. So I fully support the severing of properties, creating more lots, but we need to, in our official plan, make sure that it's in a place where it needs to be. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'm not sure about the terminology. I think maybe one of the things that we could have our planning department check with is the district, because there's accessible housing, there's affordable housing. Typically affordable housing, as I understand it, is related to, for example, what we did in MacTier a few years ago and took over some church property and developed really affordable housing for people that are challenged to have housing at all. So this is slightly different, and I understand the need, but I think there may be also provincial legislation. It may not just be in our planning department that would have, just and our council the final decision. I do know that in certain rural areas near where I live, King City and places like that, and Paladin, you can sever one lot, but no more on 100 acres or something to that effect. So there's some agricultural restrictions. I'm not sure that applies to us, but I'm just raising the specter of there being some concern about legislation. I also think if we can go down this road that we need to figure out, what shall I say, have certain strings attached to the severance process so that it is actually addressing those that have a need, as opposed to taking a property and dividing it. It's an investment basically, and turning it into a whole bunch of lots that is just straight development. So I think we need to think about that. So there we go. I think we have a lot of information before we make any sort of final decisions on this, and I think it starts with planning. So thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just pick up on what Councillor Cooper said. I don't really know if I understand the definition of affordable housing, but I fully support what Councillor Bocek was getting at, which is we need to figure out a way to enable people to buy sections of property on road access in the communities, in the areas perhaps, or community areas. And our current zoning bylaw and OP are really very unfriendly to those concepts. I mean, we do have an example coming forward tomorrow in Planning Council, item 7A, where there was a property that was severed off years ago, and they never went through the final steps of getting it fully permitted, and so they're coming back to us tomorrow. But it's really, I think, a fairly good example of properties that are on roads in our area. And when I'm a little bit more focused on Honey Harbor, and I was saddened to read when I did some research on this that although Honey Harbor is defined as a community in a core area, it doesn't have the words in the OP that call it an urban center. And the OP allows more intensification of development in urban centers, which is Port 7 and MacTier, but not in Honey Harbor, in the core area of the urban center of Honey Harbor. And with that minor change would open up a ton of properties for severance in the core area of Honey Harbor, and presumably make a lot more properties available. Hopefully that would drive the cost of these prices down and make them more attainable for people. And another example, for instance, I have a contractor who's already had their planner reach out to me and say, we have this planning application which will likely come forward soon, and they want to take some properties on the land side of South Bay Road, sever it up into some smaller lots and make it, quote, affordable for people in the community or others. And I think we're at a point that is, I think, perhaps quite different from what it was in 2014. And as Councillor Bocek said, the demands and the pressures for us to find ways of accommodating residential growth are significant, and we need to find a way to accommodate that. But I also wanted to echo the concerns that Councillor Cooper came up with, which is, how do we find a way to control the things that we don't want to have happen? And so, for example, questions that we would, I think, need to ask are, can you find a way to constrain a dwelling unit so that it is a single family dwelling unit and not a multiple rental unit? And I'm assuming that planning departments can do this kind of thing, but I'm not sure that we want to open up all kinds of opportunities to sever large plots of road-based, road-serviced lots, and then just have them turn around and become Airbnb, rentals for the rich and famous, as opposed to affordable for the families of the community. So I think that this probably needs to, not that we don't have enough challenges for the planning department, but I think we need to bubble this up to a high priority in the planning department so we can address these kinds of issues. And as the letter that came forward to Councillor Wiyanko, I think it is a good example. There's lots of others that have similar needs, and I would say, have focused more on the waterfront matters. But I think we also need to time slice a little bit here and focus on these road available properties or potential properties that could provide opportunities for people to move into and live in this area without it bankrupting them. Thank you.
Ms. Boutiette, followed by Councillor Wiyanko, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I pulled a few key words from a lot of things that were said just now. I think Councillor Hazelton mentioned attainable housing versus affordable housing. That really was a key word. I think the solution here is a council direction so that we could start working on the OP review. We've talked about it, we've postponed it, we've put a waterfront study before it to do the segue, but it can start in parallel. It's a long process, it will take a while. And for those who have an immediate need, I would strongly By the way, I'm not a planner. I'm not a certified planner. I'm not giving planning advice. I would just strongly recommend that these folks make an application, because planning council or committee of adjustment can consider the affordable housing criteria in addition to the planning rules. So there is an opportunity to make exceptions when affordable housing is mentioned at the committee or planning council's level. So that would be the immediate response, and the long-term solution, I really believe, would be for direction from council to start the OP review.
Thank you. Councilor Rienko.
Well, one thing we could do, and I wouldn't necessarily call it the short term, but in the immediate future, is that when subdivisions come to us for approval, like we're going to have build outs up at Oak Bay, we're going to have the heights of Port 7 that are being developed, is that we state, well, even through the district, and Peter Cooper can help me out here because he's on the committee up there, but I already understand that in order to get a subdivision approval, there has to be a certain amount of, I don't know if it's affordable housing or whatever it is, but everything we approve in the way of the subdivision has to have a certain percentage that is affordable. And so we could probably do that in the near future, because applications are condominiums and development applications are coming forward all the time. And if we insist that a certain percentage be affordable, that's something that we can do in what I consider the short term. So maybe Peter can be a bit more, what's the district's position on that? I thought that was already kind of being done.
I'm not sure I'm the expert on this, Paul, but I think maybe what we could do is have our planning department consult with the district to see. I think you're close, but I can't be definitive, and I wouldn't want to claim to be an expert on that. So I would prefer to have the planning departments speak to the planning department at the district. Thank you.
I think, Ms. Boutet, did you want to add something before I?
Absolutely. I just wanted to also mention, through your worship, that planning, both planning department and also planning consultants are highly attentive to your conversation at the moment. And they are proposing that we can make a report on affordable housing, like, for example, when and who, and stuff of that sort. So, and absolutely, they could definitely reach out to the district to bring forward a joint report on the subject matter.
Thank you. I think, we have a couple of challenges in front of us. And one of the challenges, and there's been a couple of references have made to it, and Councillor Hazelden gave a couple of specific examples that I'm aware of, is that we require in a current official plan and zoning bylaw, if you're going to sever a lot, that has to be of quite a significant size. And we certainly have, many people want this to be the case with waterfront property, but inland, like as Councillor Hazelden pointed out, tomorrow we have a case in front of us in Planning Council on the Honey Harbor Road. And the lot that they want permission to create is quite a large lot for any home, but it's well below what we currently require. The example he gave on South Bay Road, they want to put 5 lots where I think our zoning bylaw might only allow 1 or 2, and yet the lots that they're proposing are quite significant, a good size lot for a single home. And I think that's one of the things that we have to address, is that on our inland roads, that we should allow people to sever a reasonable size lot versus having to have a large lot. Because if you have a property and you can only split it in 2 versus splitting into 4, guess what? Those properties are going to cost, the land's going to cost twice the amount if you're not allowed to split. And if the split is still gives you a good sized lot, we're not you know, the lot has to be big enough to in most cases accommodate a septic bed and a well if they're not on waterfront. And, you know, so we're not talking about creating those, you know, 40-foot wide lots that you have in some modern suburbia. The other thing I'm going to point out, though, is that we have like Port Severn Heights. They plan on putting a fair number of homes in. Now they're going to be have services on the land that's on the, I'll call it the land side of the Honey Harbor Road. And, you know, hopefully that's an opportunity in the near future to have more affordable homes than what, well, for example, Oak Bay is currently creating on the water side of the Honey Harbor Road. I think that there's lots of potential, and what I think that we can do numerous things. One suggestion is we could pass a resolution now, if we're so inclined, to have the planning committee or planning staff look at severance requirements for what I'm going to call inland lots, the roadside lots that are not waterfront. You know, should we lower our standards? I mean, in the short run, people can make applications, but maybe we should have that reviewed. Ms. Boutiette's suggestion of initiating an official plan review, which is a major undertaking. We can debate whether we want to make that, initiate that now, or do we want to wait until after the municipal election? But I think there's numerous reasons why that should be given serious consideration. And you know, as Councillor Wienko suggested, maybe when we have people like Port Severn Heights come to us with plans, we have to inquire as to what is going to be the price point of their homes relative to market rate in the area. Will they be providing more affordable homes? You know, so I think there are a number of things we can do. I don't want this discussion to go on for a few hours, but I think we should try to lead up to a resolution or two if we're inclined. With that, we'll do a second round, and then let's get some resolutions. I don't want us to spend hours trying to craft resolutions. Let's just get a couple that we can at least get staff working on, and possibly committee working on reviewing some items going forward. Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment and offer some data here. First comment is, although an OP review might be interesting, it's part of the Never Never plan or multiple years out. OP amendments are something that I think we can do much more expeditiously, and I think this calls for a strategy of an OP amendment where we can take a look at some of the ideas that are different now than they were almost 10 years ago. For those of you who have driven through Honey Harbor, and I think everybody has, there is a plethora of small lots in Honey Harbor that are, you know, an acre, acre and a half, frontage, you know, 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet. You know, the characteristic of lots in Honey Harbor that are not waterfront lots are not huge lots. And so I think that one of the things that we want to be considering here is that we have essentially a community by default, and maybe the OP and zoning bylaws define things a little bit differently, but we almost have a community by default, and we have roads like, you know, Baxter Loop and Wolverine and, you know, South Bay Road, and you know, there's all kinds of lots on these roads that are candidates for consideration to be smaller residential type lots, as opposed to the large giant lot that they've been there in that state for a long time. So I think we really do need to try to focus on a way to leverage some minor changes in our OP or zoning bylaw to accommodate and enable these things. And maybe the right term isn't affordable, but attainable, or whatever the right terminology is, but let's try to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Part of our strategic plan that we put together years ago, and for the past two strategic plans, one of the focuses was on affordable housing and retaining people in the area, because we basically are a community that supports the cottage community. So we need workers at our marinas, we need developers, we need carpenters and plumbers, etc. Families here want to keep their kids here. They don't want them to move to Toronto. So I'll give you a typical example. If you are on Honey Harbor Road and you are from the 400 down to the community center, you can have a lot that's only 50 feet in width on Honey Harbor Road. You need 500 feet of lot when you go past the community center on Honey Harbor Road in order to create a building lot. So right across from Oak Bay on Honey Harbor Road, there was a piece of property that this council gave permission to subdivide into 3 lots. 3 lots were subsequently had small homes, less than 1,000 square feet built on them and sold. That's what we're talking about here. Yet on the other side of the community center, we have a local family that has, I think, close to 2,500 square feet of frontage. They have 4 children. They want to stay here. They want to subdivide that up for their 4 children so they can build houses and be part of this community. And it's impossible for them to do with 1,500 feet of frontage converted into 4 lots. That puts them in a position where they don't meet the criteria for lots. We need to make change. We need to look at our strategic plan, which we've said retention of our youth to sustain the businesses that we have here. And we can't do that if we want these huge lots to build on. The one that's coming before us tomorrow, a typical example, family, you know, they've subdivided off a lot years ago. Our official plan changed. Now they can't build unless they get a zoning amendment. That's what they're coming to us for. But it's taken years and years and years and years, and so much involvement from myself and Councillor Hazelton and the mayor. We need to make the changes to make things affordable so that we keep our youth here and they don't all move away, and then we have nobody to sustain what we have here. It's a serious issue. And this council, what's left of this term, we need to set some groundwork so the next council coming in can take it forward and make this a reality. So thanks to everybody for getting involved. And thank you, Paul, for bringing this to our attention once again. Appreciate it.
Councillor Cooper.
Thanks, Mayor. And I think many of us are on the same page here in terms of trying to facilitate affordable housing, for accessible housing for young people in our community. I don't think there's any question about that. I would suggest that the process, in order to have an official plan review per se, which is a very big deal, I would suggest is not necessary. I think what has been suggested by Councillor Hazelton makes a lot more sense to me, which is OP amendments that would deal with things like this, and we'd be able to accomplish it much more quickly, I believe. And it applies, frankly, we're doing a waterfront review, and we took the waterfront review and made some specifics that we were going after versus waterfront review of everything. So I think in order to be efficient and expeditious and et cetera, that we consider the OP amendment direction. And thank you.
All right, I'm going to read a resolution that Clerk Way was kind enough to draft up as a possible starting point. And I would have moved by Councillor Wienko, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be resolved that Council direct the Planning Committee to review severance and frontage requirements to permit residential development on non-waterfront lots to accommodate housing in response to the housing crisis in Ontario. Councillor Wienko.
Maybe we get a little ahead of ourselves here. Like, it sounds like we're the only ones who are trying to invent this wheel. I'm just wondering if the district has more experience with other townships in Muskoka or elsewhere that have looked at this issue of subdividing lots and so on. Is there a possibility to get a report from staff indicating which way they would suggest we go in concert with the district? Because what you're giving us right here, well, maybe that's been done by other townships and so on, and we don't know. But district would know about a lot of this stuff. So I wouldn't mind hearing from the district before we start assigning new tasks, which may have already been accomplished somewhere else.
Well, except that I think that what we're proposing here is something where we have very clearly in our official plan and zoning bylaw are preventing people from creating reasonable housing size lots. Councillor Cooper, you wanted to add to the conversation?
You asked for our feedback on the actual resolution. That's why I'm making comment.
Please.
I think Councillor Rianko was right. We need more information. The only other comment I'd make is that it's the statement, it's not in front of us, but it's talked about an official plan review. And I think that terminology may be too broad. Maybe I've got it wrong, but I think it's too broad. I think an examination of our official plan, consultation with the district of Muskoka, et cetera, would be maybe some better verbiage in terms of the intent here.
I don't believe the resolution makes reference to official plan review. It just reviews severance and frontage requirements to permit residential development. In other words, we were asking the planning, the draft resolution is asking the planning committee, obviously in conjunction with staff, to look at the issue and make recommendations.
If I may, I thought the second sentence in the first sort of statement said official plan review, did it not?
Okay, that's not what I had in front of me. Ms. Wade.
Sorry, I had sent the mayor a message earlier regarding just the severance and frontage requirements portion. And then Ms. Boutsiat and myself were kind of going back and forth around options, trying to capture the conversation. So there's a little extra part there, but I'm not sure that's where this conversation is going at this point in time.
No, I don't think council's wish at this point is to trigger an official plan review. That may come in the future, but not, that's not our wish at this moment, because to me, that's a more extensive discussion. Ms. Boutsiat.
I guess I was just being optimistic, because if we want a waterfront review, but also a review of everything that's not waterfront, wouldn't that be an overall review? But that's just me being optimistic.
Well, we're looking at, well, yes, and I can appreciate the optimism, but I think that's going to be a more extensive discussion. But right now we're looking today at a very particular item, and that is the fact that we require people to go through quite a procedure to try to sever off a lot, and maybe our criteria should be adjusted so some people can sever off suitable lots for housing without having to go through make an application to council for zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Could we see the changes so that, because I think we're all saying what you've just said is fine, but the official plan review isn't fine. So I'd like to see the resolution as.
Yeah, I haven't called for the vote yet. Councillor Rianko.
Well, maybe I should take a look at that too, because I have no problem to look at allowing people who have these large lots on either township or private roads to subdivide it, but there has to be a criteria in there that's got to be for affordable housing. We don't want people breaking these things up and selling to the highest bidder. But to resolve my concern about getting the district involved, maybe prior to coming to the planning committee, this could be, we could get a report to the planning committee with input from the district and maybe some other townships in Muskoka, because whatever we're doing here I think any other township in the district would want to do too. So maybe they've already worked on it or have some ideas and so on. I know when was it Paul Young? It was Rod Young, I think it was a mayor of Lake of Bays. He was involved in subdividing some private road lots for affordable housing. So there's an example over there where they did it. So I think this has been done before elsewhere. So I like all this information should come to this committee.
I think that it's very clear to staff what we want to do, and that is make it easier for people to build affordable homes. So now the question is, what resolution do you require from us to get to work on this? Ms. Way, have you modified? Oh, there we go. Be resolved, the council reclaim. Okay, and did you have any whereases before that, or just this simple resolution?
I did initially, or I don't have any whereases, no.
Okay. So right now I have moved by Councilor Winkle, second by Councilor Bocek. Be it resolved that council direct planning committee to review severance and frontage requirements to permit residential development on non-waterfront lots to accommodate housing in response to the housing crisis in Ontario. Councilor Cooper, Councilor Rienko.
It leaves out the consultation process that we've been talking about with the district and other municipalities, and having our planning staff prepare some information for the planning committee's consideration. So is that direction to staff, and I just want to make sure that happens. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Boutia.
Through your worship, would we like to add or maybe precede with council direct staff to detail issues with our official plan that also contains information from the district municipality of Muskoka on affordable/attainable housing?
Sounds good. I don't want us to spend the next half hour writing this resolution, because if we're going to, then I'm going to say stop, and we'll come back to it later after staff have proposed one. But that extra paragraph you just added, I think, is capturing, Councilor Wienko, much of what you wanted.
Yes, that would be good. But also in that resolution, the word attainable housing, affordable housing is not mentioned. So basically say we can develop all these lots, and according to this resolution, we can sell it to the highest bidder. There has to be the affordable or attaining. So I think those words should go into that resolution I just saw on the screen. We're after attainable housing, not housing, period.
Well, then all we have to do is to accommodate attainable housing in response, just add the word attainable in between accommodate housing in that resolution. Whether it's attainable or affordable, I'm not sure if there's a preference for one word versus the other.
And we're looking for a report from the planning committee and staff. So we're not approving anything like what we can do today anyway. So there's no risk there.
No, we're just basically saying to staff and committee, we consider this a priority to work on. That's and on the second paragraph, if you can put after accommodate attainable housing. All right. Council, are we close enough? All right, I see a good thumbs up. Moved by Councilor Wienko, second by Councilor Bocek, the resolution as it appears in front of us. Be it all those in favor.
Sorry.
All right, and that is carried. Okay. We have large item pickup Go Home Lake, Councillor Douglas, but I don't think she's with us, so perhaps we should postpone that item. And then Hungry Bay Road property item merger. Ms. Boutiette, were you going to speak to that, or? I don't know if that got into our agenda package, or did it?
Yes.
Through your worship, I believe that only the subject matter was on the agenda, so I could speak briefly about it. But Mayor Cousier, this stemmed from your interactions. There is a Miss Saunders who had transferred back in 1996 property for road to the township at no cost, and by doing so she lost what is labeled as an all-time consent on her property, which means the two properties she owned with the same name merged automatically. And recently she's been trying to work on her will and assign each of the properties to a different child, she's having property issues because the two properties are merged at the Ontario Land Registry office, not in our records, but at the Ontario Land Registry. Therefore, the solution to solve the matter would be a severance, and therefore, out of goodwill, we are asking council to waive the severance costs so that she could have two unique pieces of land restored prior, which would be in line with what she thought she had been holding since the 1996 land transfer. So she did transfer the land for the road to the township at no cost, and therefore this is what we're bringing forward today.
Because back in the 90s and prior, Bracebridge, if it had the chance, would merge two properties if they were owned by the same person, unbeknownst to that person. Basically, it's one of the quirks in the law that has since been changed. And so she through
your worship, that was a misconception of mine. It's still happening today.
How idiotic. Ms. Way.
I would just like to provide some clarification on this. It happens on part lots. So if she had owned two neighboring properties that weren't part of the same initial concession lot, it might not have merged. She would have been notified, or should have been notified by her legal counsel at the time, that by changing, they were owned initially in two separate names, or the way her names were holding each of those properties. And when the road transfer happened, she determined at that time, for some reason, to put both parcels under the same name. So this is oftentimes when someone maybe owns a corporation to own a property versus themselves, to stop this from happening, or a spouse may own one property and the other one won't, and then it won't stop. That automatic merger won't happen with part lots, but the Land Registry Office across Ontario automatically merges part lots back together if the two neighboring budding properties are owned by the same individual on title.
And yeah, which she wasn't aware of happening at the time. And Councillor Bocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have an issue. You know, this has happened in the past many times. One thing we have to be aware of is that when these mergers happened, a lot of people took advantage of the larger lot size and had applications put in for increasing the size of their dwelling and things like that. And then when we went back to revert it and go back, we found out, hey, if we put it back the way it was, they really don't have as much land as they needed to do what they did. So I just wanted to make everybody aware, this isn't the first time we've had this since I've been on council, and there has been issues before. So there needs to be diligence exercised to make sure that we don't just carte blanche give them back what they rightfully deserve, but we make sure that we're not making any mistakes along the way, and just something that I thought staff might be aware of from my past experience in doing this. Thank you.
And the proposal is that she would have to go through the usual severance application, but that we would waive the fee for that application, because this all was a consequence of her giving land to the township back in the 90s for a road.
Right. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Just there could be some circumstances extremely from this that might need to get looked at. And no, I think this is the right thing for us to do.
Councilor Cooper.
Completely agree. Right thing for us to do. And I do appreciate Councillor Vocek's comments, because we have in the past created severances and then, oh gosh, there's a great big huge cottage on this particular piece of land, and it's not the appropriate size at all. And so we've made those mistakes. So planning department, I like the caution that is being put forth here, which is just be careful what you're allowing with that severance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a resolution to consider?
I'm pretty sure we're in the midst of drafting one.
And I'm ready to go to Hungry Bay anytime.
Well, soon we'll break for lunch, because we're going to be coming back at 1 o'clock because that's when we have our lawyer appearing. So I figure in the next few minutes we will do so.
I was just having some fun.
Your stomach was making noises to you, was it?
We could do the two bylaws while we're waiting.
I sent you a chat message, Your Worship.
Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Vocek, seconded by Councillor Rianko. Be it resolved that council waive the severance application fees for Ms. Joan Saunders to apply for a severance for 2 properties on Hungry Bay Road. All those in favor, Councillor Vocek? Did a vote or a question?
No, it's a question, procedural question, which we've run up against many times. And I thought the township's procedure was that if there was an application made, there would be payment for that application, and then a refund would be requested following that. And we've come across this many times. And I've been stood down on it saying, no, the application has to come in with payment, and then after it's done, the person can apply for a refund of that payment. So I just wanted to clarify, we're not stepping out of procedures and policies here.
Ms. Wade?
I believe under the Planning Act, we're obligated to accept the fees as part of the application process, and we're not able to waive them. There's no option within the Planning Act for us to waive the fees necessarily. I think we've done it both ways in the past, at least since I have been here. I know there was one that we definitely waived the fees from the beginning. We didn't refund them. But I know there's been requests coming forward. I can't speak to past practices beyond that. But if it's easier to put refund, I'm happy to change the wording.
I just wanted you to be aware of it, because we've had applications come in the past where they said, no, you have to pay your fees. You have to go through the application process, and then afterwards you can apply to have a refund of those fees. And I thought that was ironclad in our procedures and policy. So staff will figure that out quick enough.
Ms. Anderson?
Could we have a small blurb in the resolution explaining why we are foregoing the fees or refunding the fees, as there is no report to fall back on?
All right, this is taking longer than I expected, and Councillor Cooper is getting hungry. I guess we need an extra sentence. Council Jarvis.
It sounds like a couple of warehouses are needed here. No, and I'm not being facetious. I think it's necessary that we make sure this, Ms. Anderson has suggested, we gotta have the background on this so that we can look back on it later and go, oh, that's why we did this. It's a very reasonable request. I don't think it's not gonna be difficult to get the warehouses in there.
I'm just that, Ms. Way, would you prefer if we broke for lunch and then address this one as well as the MacTier Lions Club issue after closed session?
That's fine.
Okay, let's do that then, to take the pressure off all of us. But I'm also going to request that you draft up something for us in regards to the Lions Club presentation this morning. But then let's break for lunch. And do you want to come back at 12:45 if Ms. Way wants to work through her lunch, or do you want to just come back at 1 o'clock and we'll address these things later? I'll leave that up to Ms. Way.
Do you want to come back at 12:30? Is that what you're asking? Sorry,
12:45.
12:45. That's fine.
Can we do that, Council?
Same link, Mr. Mayor, same link?
Ms. Way, same link?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Does Councilor Cooper have enough time to get enough food into that stomach of his that's complaining?
we hope so.
And drive to Hungry Bay.
All right, let's break for a 35-minute lunch break and reconvene at 12:45, please. Thank you very much. Karen, are you ready for us? All right. Did you get a chance to have anything to eat at all while you did all this typing?
I didn't eat lunch per se, but I had a quick snack.
Well, I guess that's better than nothing.
I'm just gonna get it so I can share my screen.
Well, we do have quorum, so that's a good sign. Oh, everybody's here. All right, so this is in regards to the Hungry Bay Road situation.
Correct.
Whereas in 1996, lands were transferred from Miss Jones Sanders to the Township of Georgian Bay to permit the creation of an open road allowance. And whereas 908 Hungry Bay Road and 920 Hungry Bay Road were held on title by Miss Jones Sanders in separate capacities, and whereas per the land registry system under the Planning Act, abutting part lots held on title in equal capacity will merge automatically into a single lot. And whereas 908 Hungry Bay Road and 920 Hungry Bay Road merged on title automatically via the land registry office following the land transfer in 1996, be it resolved the council waived the severance application fees for Ms. Jones Sanders to apply for a severance for 2 properties on Hungry Bay Road. And I'll have this moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Any further discussion on this matter? Councillor Jarvis.
Just quickly, Karen, did Celine have some input on this motion? Because she's the one that brought that concern up.
She just wanted the sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm fine with the way it's worded.
Okay,
Thank you very
great.
much.
All right, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And now the next one was regards to the MacTier Lions Club. This is the item that we added. And we're based on their proposal. Did you get a chance to draft something? Oh, look at that. And I'll have this moved by Councillor Wienko and seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the MacTier Food Bank is privately operated by community members, and whereas the MacTier Lions Club supports the MacTier Food Bank, and whereas the MacTier Lions Club project is to provide permanent accommodation for the MacTier Food Bank by way of building a 20 by 10 foot freestanding structure at 9 Hague Street. Be it resolved that council supports the MacTier Lions Club Food Bank project by way of 1, waiving the cost of the building permit fees, 2, removing topsoil and lay compacting gravel on the site for the foundation of the structure, 3, permit the electric service connection from the MacTier Arena to the new food bank, and 4, absorb the electric consumption cost of the food bank in perpetuity, and that the MacTier Food Bank remain independent from the Township of Georgian Bay, and that the MacTier Food Bank obtain appropriate license of occupation agreement, including insurance, naming the municipality as additionally insured, and that the Township of Georgian Bay shall not be held liable for loss or damages of the MacTier Food Bank structure, and that this MacTier Food Bank agrees to maintain the site of the building and structure at their cost, and that all donations, clothing, food, materials, etc., are only permitted inside the structure, and any donations left outside are the sole responsibility of the MacTier Food Bank to remove at their cost. Council, any questions or discussion? Councillor Bocek, I see your hand followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one note I meant to get in earlier during this discussion is that this building be added to the site plan of the MacTier Arena, and that insurance be in such a way that they're set up as like a tenant, because if there was a fire in this little building and then the arena happened to catch on fire, we want to make sure that we ourselves have covered ourselves in case of that type of indemnity, and make sure that their insurance is aligned with ours in case of any incidences. And that's something that I think council may be able to give just simple direction to staff to check out.
What was the sentence that you had in there in regard to insurance, Ms. Way?
That the MacTier Food Bank obtain appropriate license of occupation agreement, including insurance naming the municipality as additionally insured. There are several clauses that are automatically required within a license of occupation agreement, including termination of rent, our rights, their rights as a tenant, the minimum amount required for insurance, depending on what it's for. So that'll capture a lot in itself.
Councillor Jarvis.
Do we need to, does the MacTier Lions Club need to be made aware of our proposal here before we move ahead with it? I have no objection to it myself, but should they know what we're doing before we approve it, or we approve it and then just bring it to their attention?
I think it's appropriate for us to approve it, and if they have issues with any particular part of it, then they might come in front of council next time for modification.
Okay, well,
But
I think it's nice to move ahead with it, so.
I think I appreciate township staff doing their bit to basically protect the township from unforeseen, undesired consequences, shall we say. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how to word this properly, but I would propose that we have a staff report on the matter so that we can consider all cost and timing of the possibility of doing this process or of honoring this item.
Maybe that should be one more, and therefore, and that staff.
Like report back with costs.
Bring a report back with any further, with costs and any further considerations or some such thing. I mean, I think what we want to do is we want to express our intent, which council was fairly clear that they support the project. But we also respect that staff has to do their job to protect the township.
And staff be directed to report back to council on costs and further considerations on this project.
That would be, I think, a wise addition. Council, are you ready to vote on this? All those in favor? And that has been approved. Thank you very much. Okay. And then we have a couple bylaws to approve. The first one is moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Wianco. Be it resolved that council enact bylaw 2020-051, being a bylaw to appoint Greg Mariotti as Chief Administrative Officer. Do we need to put a date on this resolution?
The date is built into the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
It has an effective date of July 4th.
Any questions? All those in favor? Well, thank you. Mr. Mariotti now has officially an assignment for us next month. And moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Wianco. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2022-052, being a bylaw to repeal acting treasurer appointment. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so now we're going to enter into discussions on 11A, which was regulating gray water discharge from vessels. And were we waiting then for our lawyer to join us, or do we go ahead without him at this point?
Good morning, Your Worship. I don't believe the lawyer will be on this file, on this presentation.
Okay.
Myself and Karina King will be presenting on the gray water discharge.
Well, let's go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to go into the background. We're going to kind of break up the report because we both did a lot of work on this one. So basically, following multiple complaints about a floating structure in the summer of 2021, members of council and the public brought forward concerns about the discharge of grey water from vessels. So on January 11th, Committee of the Whole, there was a discussion about the grey water discharge. So staff were made aware of the 1995/78 bylaw, which prohibits the discharge of grey water from vessels and requires marinas to have pump out facilities to accept grey water discharge. Direction was provided by council to investigate regulating grey water and adding grey water bylaw signage within the township at our municipal launches. So staff did consult with legal counsel to understand the legal challenges that may be present with regulating grey water discharge in the waterways. And there was a closed session meeting in March to further understand these challenges. So that's kind of the background. Cody is going to take the analysis.
Yeah. So from an analysis perspective, as Karina mentioned, we did obtain a legal opinion and included with that and some of staff's research, we did come to the conclusion that there's multiple kind of levels of jurisdiction within waterways and the regulation of grey water discharge. So I think it's best to provide a bit of an overview on the legislation from our perspective and from each agency, just to provide a bit of a background as well. So from a municipal perspective, there is legislation that exists that results from the Municipal Act that allows municipalities to create bylaws to govern certain things in the jurisdiction of a municipality. Staff have investigated this region, and there's no regional or municipal bylaws that really apply other than the one that we mentioned that was uncovered in COW's meeting. Further, the Ontario Water Resource Act also, which is a provincial level, is administered by the Ministry of Environment, MECP, and they do have a regulation on the discharge of polluting materials into a water body or water course through the application of that Water Resource Act. It states that every person that discharges or causes or permits a discharge of any material or any of any kind into or on any water or on any shore bank, therefore, or into any place that may impair the quality of water is guilty of an offense. As well, Transport Canada, at the federal level, also has a vessel pollution and dangerous chemicals regulation that essentially defines drainage from sinks, laundry machines, bathtubs, shower stalls, or dishwashers as grey water. The regulation speaks to the application of grey water and states that the authorized representative of a vessel must ensure that any release of grey water by or from the vessel into the water does not result in the deposit of solids in the water or leave a sheen on the water. Further, at the federal level, the Trent Severn Waterway also has a historical canals regulation under the Department of Transportation Act. And that piece also states that the discharge of contents of a holding tank in a historical canal is not permitted. So all in all, looking at the municipal, provincial, and federal legislation piece, none of these pieces, directly speak or provide explicit language around no person shall discharge grey water. The language is broad enough to essentially include or be interpreted that you are not allowed to discharge pollutants into the water. So that's kind of just a quick background on the relevant legislation. Based on this, and you'll see later on in our report in the resolutions that staff are recommending that council, depending on which resolution, most of them include that staff work with council to essentially lobby these levels of government to tighten up some of these regulations and express concerns on the impact of grey water discharge from both a federal and provincial level. At this point, I'll pass it back over to Karina, and she can go into some of the key points on the current grey water bylaw.
Yeah, so when we wanted to look at our gray water bylaw that is in effect right now, we thought it was important to go through it with a pretty fine-tooth comb. So the bylaw is out of date. It has no rights of entry provisions and does not have set fines. So staff have concerns about that, and we recommend that it's repealed, and you'll see that in the resolutions as well. It does put we feel, like staff feels, that it puts the township in position of potential litigation. It was enacted prior to the 2001 Municipal Act changes, so that's where it's that out of date. And there's some wording that's out of date as well. So the big concern to me and to Cody as well is that how this bylaw defines gray water. So basically, the definition is all liquid drainage or waste produced by the washings of persons, foods, or objects, and includes all liquids with the operation of the vessel other than sewage. So that first part of the definition, I think we can all agree that's a pretty good definition of gray water. When we get into all the liquids of the operation of the vessel, that includes bilge pump water. So we've had that, we mentioned this before, that affects almost all the boats that would be in our township, because even little tin boats have bilge pumps. So, and then as mentioned previously, those marinas who provide pump out services would also have to accept gray water discharge. That portion of the bylaw could pose a significant strain on the district and municipality's capacity for processing waste material in the future, and would also affect our planning department's process. So if a big subdivision comes in, they have to recognize that potentially there's this large influx that we didn't account for with all the marinas that are in our township. I spoke with a District of Muskoka employee, and they explained to me, because I'm not big on waste material processing, I'm not knowledgeable on it. So they explained to me how they'd have to be mixed like household sewage, because if they took in a big influx of gray water, it could wash out their lagoons. So that can't be done. And they cannot accept gray bilge pump water that has oil or contaminants in it, because again, it would mess with the systems. So that would be something that marinas would have to find an alternative way to dispose of that bilge pump water. So based on this above analysis and what Cody has mentioned, and staff investigation, no municipality within the province of Ontario regulates the discharge of grey water from boats. And there's no case law to provide the legal assurance that the current bylaw or any future bylaws, if we decided to go with that way of the resolutions, if they were challenged in court, there's no guarantees of success, because no one has done that previously. So that's kind of where we see the issues with the grey water bylaw. And then we went on to identify the challenges that we see with regulating grey water discharge from vessels. So we identified 3 main challenges when enforcing this. The first being township capacity. So in order to enforce grey water, the bylaw that we have, or any new bylaws, we would need additional staff, additional resources, and it would have to be considered in future budgeting, because that hasn't been thought of previously, obviously. The other part of it too is that marine vessels are transient in nature. So they're here, they're there, they're everywhere. It'd be hard for staff to catch up with them. For example, just to give you the type of boats we're working with through the Trent Severn Waterway, Lock 45 sees about 6,000 boats a year, and Big Chute sees 8,000 on average. So that's a huge number, and that doesn't include our marinas within the municipality or the vessels that come from outside our municipality to visit Georgian Bay. And then we'd have to also consider that about 43.99% of the township ratepayers own water access property only. So their boats would have to be changed or retrofitted if we kept with that grey water definition, as long as our own boats as well. So that's the big first one. The second one would be the rights of entry. So us as township staff do not have the right to stop, inspect, or enter a vessel. So in order to gather evidence, we would need to do that, or to lay a charge, we would need to do that. So there's really only 2 ways for us to enter a vessel, from our understanding, is with permission of the captain or owner, or with a warrant. We don't have access to the federal licensing system, so we wouldn't be able to identify an owner by a boat number that's posted on everyone's boat. And we also, this bylaw doesn't provide us with rights of entry to a property either. So even if we wanted to go down to somebody's dock, if they had a bunch of yachts docking off their boat, or off their mooring off their dock, we wouldn't be able to enter the property without permission. So the third one is vessel design. So I spoke with marine experts, because I'm not one, and they explained to me that most of the boats now, they can't be retrofitted to store grey water. It's just too big a tank. If they have to have the equivalent of what they can store in good water and grey water, obviously. So this, we feel, will bring present legal challenges to the prosecution, as the township will be requiring individuals to alter industry norms. So that comes back to that common law, and people aren't going to know coming into a township that this bylaw exists. So for example, you know, everyone's noise bylaw is a little bit different. People think when they come, if they're going to have a party, they're going to check it. No one will think to check this as they're coming through the locks in Trent Severn. So that's kind of our main points there. And then Cody's going to touch on a couple more things.
Yeah, so we've covered kind of the challenges of the bylaw, enforcement challenges and the relevant legislation. I wanted to touch base on the economic sustainability of such type of regulation. As we all know, seasonal cottagers are kind of bread and butter here at the Township of Georgian Bay. Another small aspect of the economy is obviously serve residential vacationers. To note that, so the largest group, employer group in the township is the retail sector, which includes marinas, followed by accommodations, and then the food service sector. Together, essentially these sectors, you know, are vital to the township's tourism and attraction industries. With marinas being the single kind of largest economic generator within the township, you know, we're threatening these marinas to be able, you know, to put in place measures for accepting gray water, which may result in increased financial costs. Out of the 309 employers in the local retail sector, 242 are employed in the community's marinas. So we're also not affecting just marina owners, but residents that live and work in this township. Through Boating Ontario, the township's building department, staff have identified at least 23 marinas in Georgian Bay, and 19 of them are in Honey Harbor. Staff do share the concerns, as indicated in the report here, that the regulation of gray water discharge would essentially significantly impact future development and success of these marinas in the local economy. As mentioned, the regulation of gray water would require marinas to invest in this infrastructure. And again, staff are concerned that the increased disposal costs could act as a deterrent for visitors, cottagers, and residents. People could essentially choose to go to a different municipality. It might result in cheaper docking fees, cheaper mooring fees, and so on. So the incurred financial hardships, we believe, could lead to marinas suffering large financial costs. Marinas within the township pay on average $15,000 in taxes annually. So the above concerns on the township's sector, industry, vacationing and tourism sector, with the proposed continuance of gray water discharge regulations, provide that serious consequence. So we just kind of wanted to make that clear. And moving on to educational campaign. So you'll notice in our resolutions, both options 2 and 3 include the township working with appropriate agencies and groups to create and establish an educational campaign to inform the public on the impacts of gray water during this season, so the 2022 summer season. Our idea is that education materials can be distributed and working with cottage associations and local businesses, marinas, to get the information out to the impacted groups that may be impacted by this type of regulation. And then again, some alternative options for building, a comprehensive and effective campaign is putting materials out on social media, the website, and so on. One of the examples that has been brought up in past meetings is providing some information in taxes. So staff, are recommending that an educational approach be taken. Again, in options 2 and 3, it does identify that route. We believe that this will allow for a more positive interaction with residents instead of coming at it from an enforcement and bylaw stance. So at this point, that kind of concludes the bulk of the analysis. What we've done in terms of the resolution for the report, we've included 3 different options, and within those options in the financial considerations, you'll see 3 different financial considerations. So I'm just going to go through one by one to lay out each option, and again, it'll have the financial considerations within that, and then we can open the floor to some questions and go into each resolution. So option one within this report includes essentially substantial funds, and those funds to be earmarked for 2023. As Karina mentioned earlier, we don't have the capacity, we don't have the budget right now to implement this type of regulation within the municipality. With respect to resources, we're estimating that we would need at least 2 additional enforcement officers to support, as well as 2 students during the summertime, and training, of course, to be safe out on the water while doing that. Option one also includes tweaking some of the bylaw that we currently have to make it more enforceable. And this would also include the need to retain some expertise, legal expertise, and some consultants, and as well as transportation is needed to do that enforcement. So looking at the cost for option one, would it be approximately $350,000? And you'll see that in the report here. It breaks out some of the numbers as well, where we've achieved that $350,000 number. So that includes kind of the logistics of the implementation and enforcement of this type of bylaw. It would not, that cost would not include things like asset management planning and the associated resources that may come as a result from this type of regulation. Again, the cost for potential court proceedings or litigation, as Karina mentioned, is unknown. We don't know what that can look like. Based on some of this and some of the other files that staff have been working on, we believe that potential prosecution costs could range from a simple $500 for a prosecution of a provincial offense ticket to upwards of $200,000 or more for any sort of litigation that comes from regulating gray water discharge. As mentioned, there is no precedent set, there is no case law, there is no other municipality that does this type of work. So it's very unknown and gray. Option two, so moving on, financial considerations for the option two would include the township working with the appropriate agencies, again, to create that educational campaign during the 2022 summer season. To satisfy the resolution that we received back in that COW meeting, signage would be created, purchased and installed at public boat launches. I know back in that meeting, there was conversations about signs being installed at public at marinas. As you may know, that most marinas are privately owned, so staff would be able to also work with interested marina owners, commercial owners on the water to get some of that signage up. But all in all, the cost for each sign, essentially, we're looking at $100 a sign to be created and installed, so fairly economical. This option also, existing staff time would be considered for the implementation of an educational campaign as well. So total cost associated with option two would be approximately $2,000. Moving on to option three, again, includes the township staff working with agencies to create that educational campaign. Looking at some of the breakdown, a campaign and signage, again, $2,000 as mentioned in option two, but option three includes some additional enforcement and proactive work done by staff to essentially take an educational approach on the enforcement. So we're looking at total costs for campaign and training would be about $8,000. And then depending on transportation for doing that work, total costs could range from about $4,200 to $32,000, depending on marine resources that we have access to. And again, as mentioned in option three, staff believe that not repealing the bylaw 9578, that's the current gray water bylaw, could open the township to potential litigation for not enforcing the bylaw simply. And costs for that potential litigation are unknown and could be very expensive. So that is it on the financial considerations. And when you look back into the report, you'll see that the 3 different options or 3 different resolutions that are attached within the report kind of speak to the operations of where we and how we came up with those financial considerations for each option. And if there's nothing, Karina, that I've left out there, I believe we could probably open it up to some questions on the report.
Ms. King, Mr. Avery, thank you very much for all the work you've done on this and laying out for us these 3 different options. We appreciate it. I'm sure there may be some discussion, and it looks like Councillor Cooper would like to lead it off.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and thank you, Cody and Karina. Comprehensive report. I'm going to bring my notes over in front of me here so you can hear me. Apparently when I turn my head, you can't, so there we go. A couple of observations. This isn't meant to sound negative, but it's more to say that we may be using a sledgehammer when we need a tack hammer. And what I mean by that is maybe the brush is a bit broad in terms of who we're going after here. So that's one consideration I'd like you to think about. What I mean by that is we started talking about this with respect to barges with sea containers on it, vessels that are really converted into a residence, a seasonal residence, so to speak, and moored for some time in a certain location. The other vessels that are of concern to me are the vessels that are moored at a waterfront property for long periods of time, and once again sort of creating intensification at some of these properties. Those are the vessels I think we want to get at, and so one of the things that might help deal with that would be some language around the amount of time that a vessel is at a location. So that's A. The other thing I sort of think that is making this bylaw problematic, so maybe we need to change some of the verbiage in the bylaw, and that is bilge water, for example. I think we're taking on huge problem when we start talking about bilge water. Very difficult to enforce, and so I think maybe we should be trying to enforce what we can enforce. And so I wonder about it being gray water and black water only. But this bylaw talks about gray water. I realize you can't, most boats either don't have a tank for gray water, or if they do, I would think that it'd be gray water and black water, which can be handled by the marinas. And so that would be another observation for you to think about, as opposed to throwing into the mix the bilge water issue. So those are some of the tweaking things that I think need to happen. And I realize you've sort of come at it from a strict interpretation of the bylaw that we have. There's nothing to say we can't change our bylaw to get us in a better place. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't try and educate as well, but I think there's some things that we might be able to enforce and others that are much more problematic. So those are sort of my initial observations. So I'm sort of in favor of option 1A with a lot of modifications to make it much more not as broad sweeping and not as expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
So first of all, in the world of giving presentations, I think Cody and Karina, you did a phenomenal tag team job of doing this presentation. There was no hiccups along the way, and tagging onto each other's roles was great. So thank you for that. A lot of research on this as well. I do have some questions that I would like to throw out here, just to kind of set the stage for a couple of comments that I'd like to make. The first question I have is, we've had the bylaw on our books now for almost 27 years. How many attempts have we ever made to enforce the bylaw?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, based on my knowledge, none. I know I've only been here for just shy of 2 years, and I believe Karina has been here for nearly double that. So I believe I can speak on behalf of both of us, Karina, that we don't have any records or indication that this bylaw was ever enforced.
Okay, so another question, if I may. I think you said that there was no fee schedule, so there's no fines associated with this bylaw. Is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. There is no potential offense set fines within the bylaw currently.
Okay, so just as a way of history on this, the intent when the bylaw was passed is it was notional, which is why I think there was no fee structure. It was notional to get people's attention that this is really a bad thing to be putting into the water. But there was also a recognition back in '95 that by and large, this was not really enforceable, and that there were other jurisdictions that might come into play. But personally, my belief is that as a notional bylaw, it's excellent. And I also understand that in the world of bylaw enforcement, that unless somebody complains, we don't enforce it. And thirdly, I guess the point would be that if somebody decided to go to the courts and force the township to enforce the bylaw, we would have a no fine structure, in which case there's really no outcome, and the courts would probably throw it out. That would be my guess, because there would be no implications of it. So the point is it something that is driving change in our township? Well, in 27 years, no. But as a directive statement, and first of all, I was delighted to see the other research that you did, providing these other jurisdictions that suggest that there's meaningful information and meaningful language that may be helpful to the Greywater bylaw. But I think that the Greywater bylaw by itself is a good notional bylaw. We've got lots of bylaws that we don't enforce, and I would say that this has value in itself. But I would also suggest that investing lots of money at this point in time in all these services, etc., is also not a needed thing, because we are, I would frame it as we are beginning to address a bigger problem, as Councillor Cooper highlighted. And the bigger problem involves lots of other characteristics. And I think that rather than throwing the baby out with bathwater, so to speak, which is, let's not throw this poor little bylaw out, but let's start to embrace the intent of this bylaw, and let's start focusing on other things that we might need to be able to do or capable of doing, perhaps working with these other agencies where there are other where there's language that is generally supportive, and not doing anything today per se, other than perhaps education and signage, but work towards evolving a bylaw to a point where it actually has teeth. And maybe just for simplicity's sake, as Councillor Cooper said, just do one little tweak in a bylaw and take the bilge water out of it. And then whatever's left is actually even more relevant and useful, more relevant and directional and notional than what we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Undum and Ms. King, you wish to come? Chief Undum, I think you had your hand up first.
So one of the things to make sure council understands, just because there's no fee structure to the bylaw, it still means it is enforceable, and we have to go to the courts to be able to prove, to get the judge to assign a fine. And that can, whatever the judge feels is reasonable for the offense, taking into consideration first offense, second offense, whatever that is. The bylaw itself was written before, and now we have two legal reviews of it, and both are recommending that the bylaw be repealed. And if council would like to have a new bylaw, basically the same, I'm going to say this, to perform the same duties of that, that's fine. That bylaw could be created. However, the bylaw as it written today was written before the 2001. So under the Municipal Act, we don't have the authority to even enforce it if we wanted to. So those are a couple of the minor things that if council wishes to kind of carry on with this bylaw, we are going to have to revamp the bylaw anyways to bring it up to today's standard that gives us the authority to be able to even take somebody to court. So one way or the other, we're either going to create a bylaw that council wishes, or we're going to have to repeal that one when we have a new one prepared that basically is going to say the same thing except for the legal aspect of it under the Municipal Act to give us that authority.
Thank you. Ms. King?
Yeah, Tony took a lot what I was going to say there, but I was just going to add that there's so many changes that are required in this bylaw to bring it up to standard. It's not an amendment. It would have to be a total repeal and put in, like as per Karen as our discussion. The set fines too, that's just so we can give a part 1 ticket. So that's how I can meet you in person and write it right there. Without those set fines, we'd have to get a summons and summons them to court. So we still have the ability to have fines associated. They're just not as simple as a traffic ticket, basically. So just adding on to what Tony said there.
Thank you. Councillor Bocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of repealing the current bylaw. It's not enforceable. All it's going to do is cost the township money trying to enforce it in the courts. I happen to manage a marina where we have large liveaboard vessels. The enforcement part of this would almost be impossible. You'd be looking for discharge out the side of a boat. Air conditioners on boats draw water from the lake, go through a condenser and pump it out the side of the boat. So anytime a boat is sitting with the air conditioning on, there's water flowing out the side of the boat. Secondly, to think about putting gray water through a marina's treatment or through sucking it out of the boat, mixing it in. Most boats' tanks, sewage tanks are 20 gallons maximum. Got to remember these boats have washers, dryers, all kinds of things on them. One load of laundry, your tank is full and you're getting it pumped out. It costs a lot of money to treat this stuff from a marina point of view. And if it's full of dishwater, you're paying a huge exorbitant price to get rid of sewage, which is probably 90 to 95% gray water if we do anything in that fashion. Marina operators and all the boating associations enforce using non-phosphorus soaps, using anything aboard your boat that would contaminate the water is certainly frowned upon. Most boaters take it upon themselves, like most cottagers take it upon themselves to be responsible for the environment in which they live in, swim in, drink in, etc. Not that I wouldn't like to see somewhere down the line some ability to have gray water discharge monitored and prevented, but we have to be realistically here and know that a city or a town the size of Midland with 23,000 people, which is about 22,000 more than the big boats, discharge this dishwater directly through their systems anyways. It's not treatable. They treat the sewage, but things like phosphorus and other chemicals from detergents and that flow right through. I think we need to repeal the law that's in place now so we don't find ourselves going to court, spending a ton of money on lawyers and everything with no resolve. And work on the education aspect of this. Don't fund anything through public funding that we can't enforce and can't get any resolve to. Educate, 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 educate. That's what it's all about. You can fine people as many times as you want for speeding on the highway. They're still going to speed on the highway. Education is what matters here. So if you're looking for my support on rewriting a bylaw or enforcement, you don't have it. And it's not because of my affiliation with any marinas or anything else. I just think it's a bylaw that a township is going to throw all kinds of resources at, including hiring new people and everything else, which we will not have any results, no matter how much we try to enforce. We need to educate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, a couple things here to start off with. appreciate the presentation, both Cody and Karina. Good work on that. I think we've got to be very careful. If we think the economy is affected by us enforcing this bylaw, we got to consider the other side of the coin, and that is the effect on the environment by not enforcing a bylaw or not having a bylaw in place or allowing gray water to just keep going into the lake. I really would like to challenge Councillor Bocek on discharge of gray water into the lake. Any discharge of anything into the lake other than what is naturally occurring is polluting the lake. The lake has a certain capacity to be able to handle some of this stuff. That's acknowledged and understood. If Midland is different than Toronto, I'll accept that. But I know that Toronto, anything that goes down a drain in the house other than stormwater, and in some cases even stormwater, has to be treated. If Midland is not treating their gray water, they separate gray water from sewage? I don't think so. I think it's all going down into the same treatment plant. And if it's not, then we're in real trouble. I do really want us to move forward on some sort of gray water bylaw, but I can't see the one that we've currently got being effective as per the presentation that's been given to us. And I am in favor of repealing it, if only to review and rewrite it, or at least consider reviewing and rewriting it. And I do agree with Councillor Bocek on the educational aspect of these things. Quite often, no matter what you do, you're not going to get compliance from people unless they have a better understanding of what they are doing and the effect it's having on the environment in which they are trying to enjoy themselves. So I'd be okay with option 2 with proviso that we repeal with the idea of rewriting or revisiting this bylaw down the road, allowing for all the input that we've already had and we continue to get. But we've all got to understand here that we put something in the lake, we're polluting the lake, whether it's a candy wrapper, any kind of soap. It doesn't matter whether it's biodegradable or not. Soap going into the lake is a pollutant, period. It affects the composition of the water column, and you can't just say, oh, it's biodegradable. That doesn't work. So we've got to be very aware. We've got to make our constituents, the users of our valuable resource, being the lake, aware that polluting is not a good idea. So education is fine by me, but I think we've really got to look at reviewing this this bylaw. But I'm okay with repealing it for the time being. Thank you.
Still muted, sir. With that, Mr. Avery, followed by Ms. Boudiette, please.
Yeah, through your worship, if I may just provide some context, there's been a couple of points raised here on interest to create a new bylaw. We kind of mentioned in the report, you know, the challenges there, and you know, it's not just a repeal, it's the creation of a whole new bylaw. Option 1 does include a piece to retain the expertise of an external consultant and draft and prepare a bylaw for consideration. The cost for that would be approximately $20,000 to $30,000, and we've obtained that cost. It's not just an arbitrary number. We've reached out to both legal and understood from past files, you know, the work on creating a bylaw of this magnitude. As it was mentioned in the report again, there is no municipality that does have a bylaw, so we'd be creating kind of, you know, a whole new entirely created bylaw. And I don't believe, you know, that's something that staff don't have the greatest expertise in, as there is not a bylaw to go after. So I just wanted to note with the interest on, you know, creating a new bylaw, there would be a substantial price tag on that as well for staff to obtain the proper expertise.
Thank you. Ms. Boudiette.
Through your worship, Cody stole the words right out of my mouth, but I'm going to enforce it a little bit more by saying, if we're creating a new bylaw, we also need to understand where our level of jurisdiction is. And I now know that our legal counsel, Mr. Pickfield, is on the call, and if council chooses, may want to get his opinion on, you know, one of 2 questions. The first one being having a bylaw that we can enforce, and 2, creating a bylaw that isn't a common practice across the province.
Thank you. Councilor Yanko, do you want to jump in before I express my opinions? I see your head shaking. No, okay, I wanted to give you that opportunity. I will admit to all of you that I find myself a bit torn with all this. And I think perhaps Councillor Jarvis was heading in the direction that where I was going to start, and that is gray water. We in this township, similar to other municipalities, have regulations around gray water discharge, for our residents. We no longer encourage even like French drains in your property. And I can tell you, I see almost nobody bending over their dock, brushing their teeth or shampooing their hair. Decades ago, we saw all the time. Question that I ask is, what's the difference whether I'm washing my hair up and jumping in the dock? Okay, I don't have much of it left anymore, but or brushing my teeth at the dock versus somebody anchored off my dock doing it into a sink inside their boat, but it's draining straight into the water. What is the difference? Which then begs the question, how dangerous actually is gray water? To what degree do we need to restrict gray water? And if you allow me the expression, I suppose that matters in how gray the water actually is. What is in that water you're discharging? And if it's perhaps a little bit of toothpaste or a pinch of shampoo that is as organic as they can possibly make it, maybe it's not that harmful. But there's also all sorts of weird and wonderful chemicals and lots of cleaners that people are washing down the drain. And that drain could be in a boat, or it could be in your cottage, or it could be in your workshop. And so here is where I'm torn. My gut reaction is, well, they should never build another boat ever that allows discharge of gray water into the lake, because we don't know how that owner is going to use that boat and how respectful or not they're going to be. And as I say, and if I'm not supposed to wash my soap up myself and dive into the lake, why should somebody be allowed to shower directly over that lake and it drains straight into it? So I'm torn there, but on the other hand, I'm a practical person, I like to think, most of the time. We're not going to be able to enforce the gray water from the yachts. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in the short run, because we don't have the support of the provincial or federal governments that are can put those regulations in to do it, because the yachting industry, frankly, is far too wealthy an industry that they're going to fight it tooth and nail, because it's just all those boats they're going to have to rebuild with new tanks in them. I don't see it happening in the near future. I don't think it's appropriate for us to expect our bylaw officers, and whether we have 2 excellent officers that we have now, or we have a dozen on staff, to go onto a boat and try to issue tickets where they're just going to go to the provincial government and say, listen, this makes no sense because my boat is perfectly legal. I'm not doing anything that's against provincial law. So why do you say that in this bay I can't brush my teeth, but in the next bay around the corner, because a different municipality I can? It'll be an uphill battle. We have more than enough uphill battles in our planning side to let alone get into all this. And so I find myself quite concerned that, well, I would love it, if we have let me call it a principle. In principle, we do not approve of gray water being dumped in our lakes. Is a little bit different. In one sense, that's what I think I heard Councillor Hazelton saying, is that we have a bylaw. The bylaw is call it aspirational as opposed to an enforcement tool. But and that part of it I have zero issue with. To me, it should be aspirational that we stop dumping gray water into our lakes. That's I absolutely agree with that. I'm just worried that if we call it a bylaw and, you know, pretend it has some enforceability, we're just setting ourselves up for a huge fall. And so, in other words, what I'm basically saying, I don't have the answer, because I think unfortunately we are in a situation where we're expecting our residents to live to a higher standard when it comes to gray water, a significantly higher standard than all our boaters. And you know, how many boats now can you buy? I mean, it's amazing how boats have evolved in my lifetime. How many boats can you buy now that have built-in showers, even if they don't have, you know, they may not even have a toilet or a shower in them, but they have at the back of their deck a shower that you can rinse yourself off after you jump out of the lake. You know, things like that. Where the hell do fish wells qualify? Because you fill a tank up in your boat full of water, you put some fish in, and then when you are done, you pull the drain. That's discharge of water from your boat into the lake. So it's such a murky area. I find myself very nervous about, you know, how we define it, and if we, you know, do we say gray water except bilge water, gray water except fish tank water? Like I don't know. I guess the bottom line is I fully respect staff's recommendation to appeal the current bylaw, because I think it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's like those bylaws that you hear in various cities where you're no longer allowed to walk your pig down the road to the slaughterhouse. Well, when was the last time in most towns people were walking pigs down the road? Does that mean if you have a pet pig, you're breaking the law? Like, we have to be a little bit realistic in this regard, I think, with this bylaw. It won't be enforceable. Maybe if we take that bylaw and put a frame around and say it's an aspirational policy, okay, but we know that there are a lot of people who are very upset with regards to the floating cottage challenge. And that's behind a lot of this, is the floating cottage challenge. And if they find out we have a bylaw we're not enforcing, out of their, call it desperation, to try anything they can to stop these floating cottages, are they going to sue the township? That is a definite fear in my mind. Is because they're going to want those, because we're all frustrated in that we have 3 levels of jurisdiction talking about floating cottages, but we don't have a nice clear-cut A definition, or B rules that say they can do this, but they can't do that. And this, anyway, I've said more than enough at this point. We'll do a second round, but I do think that we have to be careful of what we do. If why have a law if we can't enforce it? With that, I'm going to go to Councillor Bocheck. Oh, sorry, I'll go to Chief Van Dam first, then we'll go to Councillor Bocheck, please.
So Council, I want you to know that staff is not against what your principles are with gray water, and that we truly believe in protecting our environment. I'm very proud of Cody and Karina for the time spent on this matter. We have spent a lot of time talking, and these two have done a lot of work. I think that if council will indulge me, I believe we could possibly come up with a solution as part of our goals and mandates and our strategic planning that we've done. We have a piece in there that talks about the environment. And I think that there's our golden opportunity to move forward with an educational process, that we create that as part of our strategic planning, and make a goal that we have a policy as part of that, that we try to discourage gray water pollutants as much as possible. And then that gives us that criteria to start our educational process. And believe me, if we have somebody who I truly believe is polluting our waterways because then we're going to have to find some kind of solution. I don't want the solution for the, I don't want to be grasping at straws to try to find a solution for our floating structures, because I don't believe that this is the tool that's going to help us in the long run, because we can't, once we start to cross that road with enforcement, we cannot enforce this person, but we don't enforce that one. It's going to be a very picking and choosing who we enforce against becomes dangerous in itself for a liability sake. So I really, believe me when we have spoken with Cody and Karina several times about what council's goals are and our environment. And I believe this is our best foot going forward right now, is that we try to make that policy as part of our strategic planning process, because I don't think anybody is going to question that. And we do what we can. And if we do have somebody who is, I'm going to say, polluting our waters, that we have other avenues that we need to take. And that's Environment Canada and Transport Canada, the Ministry of Environment with Ontario. So we need to work with our partners, and our partners, if we can make it part of our strategic planning, that gives us the avenue to have those conversations with them, and council will have their opportunity politically to talk. You've got AMO coming up to further our cause going forward in the years to come, because this is going to take a long time to, I'm going to say, get the attention that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. I got Councillor Bochek, followed by Cooper, Jarvis, and Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick points that I wanted to bring up. One, we've heard repeatedly from biologists, and I think actually Councillor Wianco is a retired biologist, that phosphorus and other such things cannot be mitigated even through a septic system. If you are a cottager and you put dish soap down the sink, it doesn't disappear. It doesn't get filtered out through the septic system. It makes it right through that system and is gone. Same with any treatment plants. You can't treat some chemicals through filtration or through septic systems. And that's been brought to our attention many times. The other point is with enforcement. Again, being a marina operator, and I watch what goes on, we supply onshore showers, dishwashing facilities, and everything for people at the marina. And let me tell you that there's a constant stream of big boaters that come ashore, shower, do their dishes, wash everything on shore. The only time you would be able to enforce this or need to enforce this is when they leave the marina and they're out in some bay somewhere and they don't have the facilities on shore to use. Then the gray water gets discharged into some bay up in Cognisheen or North Honey Harbor, not in the marina. Like I said earlier, we drink and swim the water in our marina. We don't swim in it anymore, but that's where our drinking water comes from. And for the most part, boaters know that, and they don't discharge the gray water because they have the facilities in the marina that they don't have to. It's when they leave the dock. So unless we're going to put out a bunch of enforcement officers and boats to go around and check to see the water coming out of the boats, it's not enforceable at all. So repealing the current law that's on the books makes sense to me. And second, just to respond to Councillor Jarvis's facts, I don't believe there is a way to stop phosphorus from exiting any septic system or treatment system. They're meant for biologicals. They are meant for bacterias and things like that. But I'm just going on what I've heard from Councillor Wianco and from other biologists, that this is the fact. So as far as I'm concerned, trying to enforce a bylaw that really doesn't have any teeth is useless anyways. Trying to create a bylaw and enforce it in marinas isn't going to mitigate the factor. And really the government bodies, the MOE, Environment Canada, everything else, if they can't solve this problem, what gives us the belief that the 7 of us can solve this problem. It's a big problem. It's an issue, but trying to create a bylaw, enforce a bylaw that there's absolutely no way to do is a total waste of taxpayers' money, as far as I'm concerned. That's my opinion. I'm not speaking for council. I'm speaking as an educated person, and I've listened to what the biologists say, and I know what the marine operators think. So I wouldn't throw a whole bunch of money at this one because nothing's going to come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Well, certainly agree with the last statement. I don't want to spend a lot of money on this either, but I have completely different views on some of these things, including at most seasonal residences that are set up properly with a treatment system that have a mantle. Everything is dry by the time it gets to the edge of the mantle. Occasionally, maybe something spills over that mantle. I have a mantle that's huge and it has clay around it. So there's no water running off into Georgian Bay. So we treat our gray and black water. And I think most cottagers do. Sure, there's some that are getting flooded out by high water. I understand that. That was a problem for us. But I just want to make that clear that that's what's going on out on Georgian Bay anyway, and I'm sure it's happening in 6 Mile Lake as well and all the inland lakes. So I think that is needs to be noted. So we take that kind of pollution very seriously. But here we have a different problem, and I happen to believe that the enforcement piece of this is going to be very difficult and very expensive, and so I think we need to think seriously about spending any money on that. What I am going to say is I still see no reason to repeal this at all. We've had this in place for 27 years. So as I think Mayor Kutzer said, it's aspirational. I think that's what Alan Hazelton was saying. It's aspirational or notional. And I think that makes a lot of sense, and it plays to the education piece. So I'm sorry, but I'm starting to think that, and not disrespecting the work that's been done here at all, because it's very clear, all the work that you've done. But I think we're, in a sense, I described it as a sledgehammer, but when we need a tack hammer, and maybe we don't even need a tack hammer. So let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I think what Councillor Cooper was saying is let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater, and definitely don't throw it into the lake, because that would not be a good idea. It's phosphates, not phosphorus. Phosphates, in my understanding, do get trapped into the soil layer and a septic system, and don't make it out to the lake unless there are other compromising issues with the septic system, which is something else entirely for us to have to deal with. But phosphates are the issue. That's why most of us cottagers use detergents that don't have phosphates in them anymore. Anyway, that's the plan there. I'm finding myself more and more in line with the thinking of Councillor Cooper in that, and the mayor, from an aspirational standpoint on this bylaw. Again, fully understanding that significant work has already been done. I like Tony's idea of something coming up later on. I need some assurance that we need something that it would be coming into place if we're to repeal this bylaw. Otherwise, I'd like to keep it in place until we have something else to replace it with. As has been stated, it's been there for 27 years. We've had nobody come at us and go, "You aren't enforcing this, we're going to take you to court." So I don't see that happening right now, but who knows? But we've got, and one other point was there are other water-based communities within the district, and they must be having to grapple with something like this as well. I know they're smaller lakes, so maybe the idea of liveaboard boats is not such a big one, but the Trent Severn is one. Maybe some of the bigger Muskoka lakes. I believe we could probably be talking with other municipalities about what their thinking is, or maybe pooling resources to come up with something that would be, I don't know whether it be enforceable, but more legitimate for the issues we have to deal with. But yeah, as I said, aspirational is a good way of looking at the bylaw currently in place. And I would prefer, based on conversations here today, that we would leave it in place until we come up with something that's a suitable replacement. Because, and I'm not saying we have to enforce it. It sounds like we can't anyway. We just leave it and move ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Often we find that there is various different versions of facts going on out there. I'd like to take the opportunity of sharing a couple of items here. We talk about gray water, and there's probably a belief that it's the nutrients in gray water that is the big problem. In fact, it's not, it's the pathogens in the gray water. And if you were to go and talk with septic system experts and compare the pathogens in gray water and the pathogens in black water, you'll find that gray water is comparable. And how do we get that? It comes from the sink waste mainly. So what we want to understand is when we say gray water and we allow waste to come from a sink where people are preparing food, that is where the real problem comes from. You know, the nutrients from a liveaboard boat, relatively small, but nevertheless, it's a bit of an issue still. We want to try to reduce it whenever we can. But back to gray water and you know, the polluting of boats. There was a study done back in the early 90s by the Honey Harbor Marine Patrol, Inc., who did a study in conjunction with the University of Toronto, had it peer reviewed by the Queen's University, and the Township of Georgian Bay has a hard copy of this report somewhere in the archives of the township. I did a digital copy of it, and I'm trying to find it on my computer. Can't seem to put my hands on it, so to speak. But what it demonstrated very, very, very clearly is in every boater bay studied up and down the shoreline of Georgian Bay, every single boater bay was polluted on Sunday, even though on Friday it was sort of okay, but by Sunday, all the boats discharging their gray water into those boater bays left those boater bays unsafe to swim in by Sunday evening. And that is a well-studied report done by U of T, peer-reviewed by Queen's University, and as I say, the township has a hard copy somewhere. So what we want to understand is this is not an idle problem. This is not a stray problem. This is a real problem. But the challenge is, how do we go about dealing with it? Now, the gray water bylaw came about as a result of the learning of what took place in this study back in the early 90s. And the township saw fit to create an aspirational bylaw, setting ideas in place as to what we shouldn't be doing in the waters in front of our land in the township. So those are things that I don't think we want to throw out with throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. I certainly agree with that. And just another data point of correction here. Today, septic systems do not process nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, generally speaking. The two large vendors, Waterloo Biofilter and Permucheck Aqua, have built phosphorus reduction modules for their systems, but they only really work in a human-managed environment, and they only sell them into commercial sites. So technically, it's possible to reduce nutrients, but you can't do it at a residential environment, and you certainly can't do it with technology available today in a marine environment, although the technology has been invented, it just hasn't been commercialized. So all of that basically to say, I'm in favor of keeping the notional bylaw. I'm not in favor of spending a ton of money. I think that there's a lot of other things that we need to prioritize right now. And personally, I think that leaving the bylaw there, doing an education program, and earmarking for the next term of council a revised, revamped gray water bylaw that perhaps takes out the hiccups and burps and has more teeth in it is the strategy that I would endorse. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko, one more chance before I do my little summary of what I think I've heard over the past hour.
Yeah, I think Al's hit it. I'm not in a rush to get rid of the bylaw. It says it's been there for 29 years, so I get rid of it. I don't think anybody's going to come after us on it. I think the idea of having some education over the next couple of years to see what happens, and let the new council come up with a new regulation. But I would just keep the bylaw in the books for now and develop an educational program.
Thank you. I've heard two things from council over the past hour. One is the debate at length on whether or not the bylaw should be repealed. And the second is the agreement that I'll call it the balance of option 2, which was the most economical education plan. And that was, I think council had an appetite for that. So then my question comes down to repealing the bylaw. I heard from our bylaw officers and our chief that because of the Municipal Act of 2001, the bylaw of 1995 is basically powerless. And so my question to our staff is, if the Municipal Act of 2001 made the bylaw of 1995 powerless, A, what difference does it make whether it exists or not on our books? And B, if it's powerless, why would we be subject to anybody suing us for not enforcing a bylaw when the bylaw in itself is in effect powerless? Anybody want to respond to that? Because to me, quite frankly, if it is powerless, why not leave it? Who cares? It's just like walking your pig down the main street. Who cares if that bylaw is on the books? Chief Van Dam. Oh, you're muted, sir.
I will save Cody and Karina this one, and I will attempt at this one for you. I can only tell you what we know, and believe me, I'm not always the right expert for every little thing that comes up, and that's why I will have a quick conversation with Peter Pickfield in the days to come, and we'll see where that takes us. I know generally we're advised, do not have bylaws on there that you can't enforce. It creates liabilities and all of that stuff. But I think even in your going forward in your closed session, there may be an opportunity where Peter may be able to speak to it and help us out with that conversation.
Okay. Based on that, here's what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to propose to council to consider, and I know that staff may cringe, but let's look at option 2. Option 2, we have paragraphs to talk about the staff are going to work with appropriate stakeholder government agencies and all that to develop an educational program. There's going to be some signage posted. There's going to be letters sent out to various levels of government. And by the way, it should read now Graydon Smith, not Norm Miller, as our current MPP. Minor edit, but you know, things change quickly sometimes. But that we've changed the first sentence from "be it resolved that council recognizes that the Township of Georgian Bay bylaw 95-75 is aspirational," and then we carry on. Ms. Boutiette, I knew somebody had to cringe.
Oh, I'm cringing first. If you are not looking to repeal the bylaw, that is why option 3 was drafted. So option 3 is not a repeal. It contains all of the same elements as option 2, but it also adds tools that staff can use when if and when this bylaw is called upon.
But option 3, you gave us a budget of something like $40,000 or something with that. That's the only difference. That's why.
Well, we're cautioning council that if we're called upon with the bylaw that is still in existence, we may have to defend. So we can scope down the budget saying we'll we won't need a boat to enforce, but we're just cautioning with option 3, which does not have monetary issue reference in the actual motion. However, it really gives the tools that staff need to be able to say, council knew that it was a motion of notion, play on words, but it really provides Cody and Karina the tools they need to be able to say council was aware of their choices and took this position.
Oh, should we just then go for option 3, council? I was looking for head nods or thumbs or something. I got one.
So my concern with it is it implies an open-ended additional cost of significant amounts of money. And I think that's what we were all trying to avoid. And I'm just trying to figure out how do we approve option 3 without without staff assuming that we are endorsing a multi-thousand, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 risk.
We could add an upward through your worship. We can add an upward limit to the educational approach in the first that of $2,000. And we can add a further that should there be a complaint and should additional budget be required, that we will follow through with a subsequent report.
Councilor Jarvis?
I think I'm just reiterating things, but maybe in my own words. Is option 3 just an acknowledgement? And so if the options here I'm looking at are option 2 as per the mayor's recommendation. So the first, the repealing being left out, or option 3, and option 3 is just option 2 with us acknowledging there may be costs involved. Correct?
Correct. And also acknowledging that you are aware that the bylaw is not enforceable.
Right. So I think 3 is a better idea because it more encompasses what we've just been discussing. We got to acknowledge a liability, financial liability on our part, one way or the other. I mean, we discussed it. It's been recorded, so we're accepting that there's that possibility.
Okay.
Can you see the Word document, your worship?
We can.
I understand. Yeah.
What this has is that middle paragraph of what you're showing that says that council you're scrolling.
Sorry.
The council understands that complaints may not be satisfied with the response. Complainants may not be satisfied with the response that we will not enforce beyond educational approach, which may result in further legal action and related litigation. So what staff is pointing out with that sentence in this resolution is that we understand that by not repealing the bylaw, we may be exposed to some legal action.
Correct. Not saying we're spending the money or funding the money.
Okay, council. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko, that we approve option 3. You want me to read the whole option out again? Okay, and now I'm going to ask all those in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I make 5, and we have 1 against. So that is carried. All right, thank you very much. Good discussion. Frustrating discussion in some ways, but good discussion. And now we are going to, I believe, I have it all under control. We're not going to go into closed at this point, or did I miss something?
Your worship, we have item 12A, appeal costs from planning applications, and Mr. Pickfield is here to speak.
Oh, okay, yes, sorry, I knew it. I suspected I was missing, but we don't have to go into close for that one. Councillor Bochek, before we get to Mr. Pickfield. You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry. There was an item on the agenda that we bypassed to do with Go Home Lake Waste Management or something. I think we were waiting for Cynthia to come into the meeting, but she didn't arrive. So are we going to carry that item over to another time, or?
I think we'll have to, because there wasn't a report attached to it, so I'm not sure what her intentions were.
Okay.
But I mean, the title was large item pickup, Go Home Lake.
Right.
Yeah.
And
so we could address that at the next council meeting, or maybe even at a COW meeting.
If Councillor Douglas can join us tomorrow, maybe we'll make an amendment to that agenda, even though it's not a planning council item. I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper?
Just briefly, I think that's a discussion not just about Go Home Lake. I mean, I realize that she has brought this forward, but large garbage item is an issue for everybody to talk about everywhere. Thank you.
All right. With that, Mr. Pickfield, you've been patient with us. Would you mind addressing appeal costs from planning applications, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and patience was not required. It was a fascinating conversation. It was interesting. So municipal cost recovery. The township staff approached me on this and said that council is seeking information on the extent to which the costs of legal and expert fees and disbursements associated with the township's involvement on Ontario Land Tribunal appeals could be recovered through charging back costs to developer applicants. And specifically, what gives rise to this is the fact that there is actually in the township's standard planning services agreement a provision which allows the municipality to obtain a deposit of $6,000 as part of an application fee to cover the costs of an Ontario Land Tribunal hearing in the event it is appealed, and it could be appealed by anyone, but appealed by including being appealed by the applicant. And the idea behind it being that deposit would be recovered at the time of the appeal, so that the applicant / developer, because it's their development, would pay the township's costs for being involved in the hearing process. So that really raises a question, which is whether or not the municipality actually has the authority to effectively charge developers at the time of an appeal for the municipal costs of being involved in a hearing process. And so we did a bit of an analysis on that, and you have a memorandum from me, by the way. I should have said this at the beginning, but you have a memorandum from me which outlines our summary analysis of this issue. I hope you had a chance to take a look at it, but I'm going to just briefly summarize some of the key points. So there is a section of the Planning Act, section 69 of the Planning Act, which gives municipalities the authority to impose by bylaw tariffs for the processing of applications, planning applications. So the first thing to consider is whether or not, well, can you extend that processing of planning applications to taking on fees for once it gets past the decision by council and it moves into an appeal process. And my opinion is that you can't, and I haven't seen any case law that would support, because this is an area of Section 69 that gets before the tribunal from time to time, where there is a challenge by a party to a municipal bylaw, which imposes some kind of a fee. But I don't have any, my research of it doesn't show up any cases where municipalities have attempted to extend that to fees charged in the case of appeals. And there's no other authority that we can find for that also in other jurisdictions, in other legislation. So there's no specific legal authority for this. And you can't really, in my view, extend it to your tariffs bylaw, if you're imposing tariffs. But some municipalities do actually have protocols to collect fees to recover municipal legal and other costs from developers. And they do that by way of some kind of an agreement, which is entered into around the time that the application, the planning application is submitted, which is called a cost acknowledgement agreement. And what it does is it acknowledges, it's not really requiring that a fee be paid, but it requires them to acknowledge that the municipality will not defend a development proposal in front of the tribunal, where it's passed a bylaw to support that, unless it gets a contribution in fees from the developer. What the Hamilton bylaw, which is, I've provided a copy of the Hamilton, not bylaw, Hamilton standard agreement, does is it imposes a requirement that the applicant deposit an amount of about 50% of the estimated costs of an appeal at the time of the appeal, with the time the appeal is launched with the municipality. And failure to do that means that the municipality will not attend or may choose not to attend at the hearing to defend their decision on the development application, because after all, if it's a site-specific development application, it's the developer who's going to benefit financially from the approval of it. So they'll not defend it unless, if you want the municipality there defending it, you pay their fees. And so there is a practice to do that, not just in Hamilton, but in other, I've seen it in other municipalities also. So that could be put in place. What can't be put in place, in my opinion, is some kind of a requirement, and it's broadly your current wording allows for this in your standard planning agreement, is a requirement that even in the case where a municipality refuses a development application and it's appealed by the developer, the refusal or the failure to deal with the planning application is appealed to the tribunal. Even in that case, that the developer would have to pay your costs, the township's costs. That, in my opinion, is not a defensible position to take. And I think it would be quickly challenged and successfully challenged if you attempted to enforce that. I think most developers simply wouldn't pay it. They wouldn't pay into such a scheme to oppose the application. I have experience, because I've been practicing a long time. I have experience back in the early 90s where there was actually a piece of provincial legislation that allowed, under this is for appeals to what was the Environmental Review Tribunal for environmental assessments, where they actually required intervenor funding be paid to applicants. And it was a project, it was a piece of legislation that was passed by the Ray government in the early 90s. And it was in place for their term for 4 years. It was called the Intervenor Funding Project Act, Pilot Project Act, because it was always thought to be a pilot project. But for those 4 years, when you ever got involved in the hearing for landfills or other things, the first thing you did was make a funding application to this special panel, and they would decide on funding that you would be able to use to fight the application. That's the only example I know of in Ontario where opponents have been able to get funding to fund against an application. When the Conservatives got in the early or mid 90s, they let that, that had a sunset clause, that piece of legislation, and the sun sank on it, and so it's no longer in place. But that's the only example I could see. So what that leaves you with, if you refuse an application and you want to recover your costs at a hearing, is it leaves you with two choices. If you can reach a settlement during the hearing process with a developer on a particular application, you can, in the settlement, because you can agree to anything, and I've negotiated these kinds of settlements before, you can agree that the municipality's hearing costs will be covered for the settlement hearing, and for the settlement itself, and for anything that's really literally anything that's been expended by the municipality. But that's only in the case where you're contesting with a developer and you come to a settlement. And then the second option is, at the end of a hearing, you can bring an application for costs against the developer. And that is really the faint hope clause. Because although the tribunal has the power to award costs, they also have rules around that. And the rules are very restrictive. You don't, and because the idea is you don't want to encourage, you want to discourage people from being involved in a public planning process. So you don't want to provide a wide open opportunity that anytime you lose an application, or even if you win, that you get the costs on the other side. And so the rule is that unless the conduct of the party you're seeking costs against are frivolous, vexatious, for the purposes of delay, or clearly unreasonable, you won't get a cost award. And even in those cases where I've been successful in getting cost awards in Ontario Land Tribunal hearings, they're never for all of the costs. They're usually for a fraction of the costs that you've incurred. So that is not a strong avenue either to obtain, to recover costs in a hearing process. So where does that leave us? I think where that leaves municipalities and everybody is that anybody involved in these hearing processes is that they're going to have to be prepared. If they are fighting against something on principle, they're going to have to be prepared to pay the costs associated with that fight. However, I would recommend that there be a change made to the current wording of the standard planning agreement that the township is using to actually similar to the City of Hamilton one, so that we can at least be sure that in the case where we are in fact approving a development, that we're not stuck going to a hearing without getting some cost recovery in those cases. So I've suggested a recommendation at the end of my, a very specific recommendation at the end of my letter, my opinion letter, which could serve as a potential resolution that would just direct that the Section 3 of the Township's Standard Planning Services Agreement be removed and replaced with the requirement similar to the one in the City of Hamilton that allows for the recovery of costs in the case where an application is approved and the municipality is supporting it. So I've got specific wording related to that in the letter, and there may be a little bit of tweaking and wordsmithing, but it's a fairly straightforward change to the planning standard planning agreement. And I think just to keep us on all fours with the current practice in Ontario, we should probably make that change. So I hope that's somewhat helpful. I know some councillors were hoping that we have a better answer than that, but that's the real answer.
Well, thank you very much. Ms. Boutiette, do you want to comment before I turn it over to the council?
Sure, through your worship, just to provide some context, since 2018, we've had 26 appeals. It seems that 19 out of those 26 appeal were made by the applicant, either opposing council's council's decision or appealing council's non-decision. Just providing a tidbit of information.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you very much, Mayor Coetzee and Peter. Excellent report. Not a very stellar track record, I'm afraid, but that Julie is referring to. But anyway, that's what we're living with at the moment. And I really like your idea of at least something we can do, which is the cost acknowledgement agreement piece that we can add, which is great. One point of clarification, and this is going to sound awfully simplistic, but you referred in many places to the developer. And when I read a word like that, I think of Macy Bay. But then you started using developer applicant, which when I think of an applicant, I think of an individual that's got a planning application. I'm assuming they're one and the same in your sort of analysis. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, I mean, applicants are typically developers because applicants are typically property owners who want, or they're seeking permissions. They're seeking planning permissions. And I would put them all in the same category generally in terms of this particular, what I'm proposing here is that if, because they're all getting a benefit through the planning approval process, through the approval of the development, which is, a benefit to their property value, a benefit to some kind of a tangible benefit to them. So that was the thinking behind it, and that's the thinking behind the City of Hamilton approach. So that's what, but there could be applicants, and I'm just, now that you raised an interesting question, there could be applicants who are seeking more restrictive planning requirements. Somebody bringing in an official plan amendment to create an environmental area where there wasn't one before. That's not what I'm considering as being an example that would be where you would necessarily pursue it. I guess each one could be taken on its own merits.
Thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Hazelwood.
You're muted.
You're muted, sir.
Touched it too many times. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pickfield, for your report. So I'll start off by saying I generally like what you are providing here. I would be surprised if the source of the wording that we have in our current applications didn't come from a different lawyer, certainly not from you. And I'm wondering, how is it that another lawyer could have such a totally opposite opinion and coach the township to put that wording into our applications? Perhaps you could offer your opinion on that.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to be speculating here, but I'll say a couple of things. The way it's worded, it just doesn't pay attention to a nuance, I think, because I think it might have been intending to do a similar thing to what I'm proposing be done, because I think you could read that as being something similar to what the City of Hamilton is doing, but it's overly broad. In other words, it takes in too much. It takes in all cases of appeals. So maybe whoever drafted it previously wasn't looking at the slight nuance, important nuance I'm talking about, that when you're opposing, when you're on the opposite sides, when you're refusing an application, you're not in the same position as when you're approving some development application. So that's the only thing I can think of, is that just that particular wording didn't pick up on that nuance. That could be one item, but I'm speculating because I don't know what the source of, whether there was a lawyer involved or what the source of the previous wording was. Maybe somebody else does.
I don't know when the thing came in. I tend to trust the guidance you're providing us here more than what was there before, although I really liked what was there before because it was a source of funding. And as I'm sure you will know, in one of the recent applications, you've been involved in defending the township's position. I don't know what the overall scope of your costs are going to be, but probably $50,000 to $75,000. And there's another third party who's on the same side as you, and probably another $50,000 to $75,000. And we're looking at mega dollars. The average citizen cannot possibly challenge a decision, and we've found ourselves, and Julie pointed this out, you know, the horror story of our township is we've got 19 challenges where we have you know, council or committee of adjustment decisions, and sadly our planning staff have in most of those cases recommended it, and then we end up going to LPAT or OLT and we lose. We just did another one of those things recently and we lost it again in by and large. This isn't really simply a legal matter. This is like a really fundamental planning matter as well. And you know, I'm just so frustrated with this. You know, my intent at getting the gap closed between the planning department and the decisions coming out of council committee adjustment were resulted in another giant study, which I just wanted an expeditious, let's fix the problem, plug the holes and get on with business. But anyways, that's an aside. Thank you for your comments on this. I think your guidance is effective, and I agree we should change that clause in our building permit applications or variance or zoning applications so that they reflect the common sense approach that you've provided us. Thank you.
I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to take steps for Section 3 of the Township Standard Planning Services Agreement be removed and replaced with a requirement to enter into a cost acknowledgement agreement. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Now I think we can go into close. So I have a resolution.
Sorry, Your Worship.
Yes, Ms. Way, you're going to correct me yet again.
I'm not going to correct you. No, I was just hoping we could pass a motion to extend past 4:30 before we go into closed session.
Okay, did you give me one of those to work with?
I did not, but I'd be
Wow.
happy to read it if you want to appoint some movers and seconders.
I'm going to appoint Councillors Wienko and Jarvis, just because they're on the left side of my screen at this moment.
Perfect. So the motion would read, be it resolved that council does now waive the rules of procedures to extend the meeting past 4:30, but no later than 6 p.m.
All those in reluctant favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. And now I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, by the way, can we ever do that we can do all this in much shorter, because it seems so repetitive every month, but probably not. Our clerk probably wants every word read. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to the matter identified in Section 239(2), and whereas the Council of Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under Section 239(2), they are council closed minutes of May 9th, 2022, special council closed minutes of May 17th, 2022, legal files listing litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Compliance of floating structures. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And Delawana Resort, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality. Now be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of council at 2:34 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried.